Hello, hello. Anybody out there? Go on, plants. I already did. You water your plants. What's going on? Another last minute live. Hang out, see if anybody comes in, wants to join in the chat. Tipper 66, elbows deep in dirt. Hey, I appreciate you coming in. It's that time. Unfortunately, not for me yet. I probably got another week. Retta Gardina, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Just kind of hanging out, chatting. Don't have a lot to talk about. Did some playing in the dirt this morning as well. Planted the rest of my potatoes. Oh, late freeze starting over. That's no fun. Yeah, we had some snow flurries last night, and today it's like 60. This week's supposed to be the last frost, so I don't know about that, but we'll see. I'm going to wait another week before I actually put anything out and plant it in the garden. I can't afford to start over. Strawberries and blueberries, nice. One of these days I'm going to do blueberries. I haven't thought. I thought about strawberries, but I definitely want to do blueberries. Yeah, if I had to start over and lost all my plants, I'd some of the stuff I sprouted this year. I don't even have any more seeds for. I have to save them if I want to grow them again. So they need to grow. I was going to try to do this from outside because it was a decent day, but I just didn't want to move everything outside. Heirloom blueberries. Yeah, I'd like to get a few different variety of blueberries. Some of them look really cool, like the I think pink lemonade, and I can't even remember the other colors and names of them, but they sounded really cool. Oh, May 30th. That's a bit away. I'm gonna I'm gonna plant probably. I'm thinking maybe next weekend. I might be able to plant. Like I said, this week is supposed to be our last frost in 2 days. Okay, heirloom seeds. Um, Most of my stuff, I believe, is heirloom. I'd have to look though. I mean, I don't select them just because they're heirloom, and I know if you select if you save seeds from hybrids, you may not get the same thing the next year. So most of these that I'm growing, I actually have grown for a few years now from saving seeds. So I'm assuming most of them are heirlooms. Yes, berries, more cold hardy. Now that sounds interesting. I've never heard of those. But yeah, hopefully either next weekend or the week after that, I'll be planting out in the garden. It's about time. I'm ready. Trying to keep this the light from glaring. The window's right behind me. Yeah, I save seeds pretty much every year, and I generally always get the same. So I believe I'm assuming most of the seeds I'm saving are heirloom. Gardening done all wrong. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. Just hanging out, chatting. Danny from Cajun Hydroponics may come in a while. I don't know if anybody does lives or does StreamYard. If you want to come up, I'll post a link. You can come up and chat, hang out. Yeah, I know. I like the name too. Gardening done all wrong. That's what I do. Everything half wrong, anyways, and as long as it ends up right, that's all that matters. So, what do you got going on? Gardening done all wrong. Nice. I got another week. I got my potatoes out this morning. I was originally going to plant two 15-gallon buckets, which I did. Then I still had seed potatoes, and I just didn't want to throw them away, so I ended up planting four more little buckets. I don't know how well the potatoes are going to do in those, but so I got six now instead of just the two. But I guess that's what happens when you don't want to toss anything out. Dinner time. Take it. Hey, all right, you take care too. Thanks for stopping by. Lettuce, kale, spinach, and onions. Nice. Yeah, I don't grow a lot of greens outside. I think I would have a lot of problems with those outside. I do get. I put a watermelon and cracky out one year, and I think the snails just tore it up. Three types of cabbage. Nice. So yeah, I do. I'm thinking about trying something new in indoors through the summer this year. I have to see. I still have to figure it all out, but the idea, anyways, if I do it, is I'm going to try to do an NFT system in my basement so that I can have just consecutive heads of lettuce throughout the summer. Like I'm thinking about 14 heads a week maybe, and see what happens. Danny, what's going on? I hope Colt's okay. So yeah, a lot of my stuff I'll be doing. Even if I don't do the system inside, I'll still be growing inside lettuce and stuff like that. Just because I don't know, I don't really have a lot of room outside for all that stuff, and so that's good. He'll live. Tell him he gives you a headache, and you made it, so he should be all right. But yeah, I don't have a big area to grow outside, so I really need to do my big stuff outside. My peppers, my tomatoes, my zucchini, um, cucumbers, things like that, and that pretty much fills up all the space that I have. So I don't really have a lot of room for herbs, and I did actually start some dill the other day, probably about 20 plants of dill. But yeah, I don't have a lot of room outside, so I have to keep that to the big stuff, and I'll grow the little stuff inside for the summer. I have it all. I have the lights down there, so I might as well use them. So what all do you grow? Gardening done all wrong. I was just doing some cleanup of the yard today. We have a weeping cherry tree that has a ton of beautiful pink flowers in the spring, and we had a big windstorm yesterday, so I had like an inch of flowers all over my patio. When I was walking out there, it was kind of like walking on foam. So I had to get that off of there, clean up, cut the grass, that kind of stuff. Oh, Danny, what's happening?
What's up, brother?
What's going on?
Uh, I got the little dude laid up in the bed. He's watching TV. He had a little accident. Uh,
Uh,
I mean, his issue is he's the size of 7 and 8 year olds that he was playing with, but he's still only 5. So they were playing, and he just ended up he got hung up and fell off the slide on his face. Good thing
yeah.
his face stopped him.
Right. Good thing he's got a hard head like his dad.
Like his mom. Oh.
Potatoes, okra, green beans, butter beans, any and all types of peppers. Nice.
Man, you need to put some more of that on your channel, Garden Done All Wrong. You got that. You need to share that. I'm still looking forward to your tomato hydroponic system outside, checking out that.
Yeah. Rob, how you doing, Rob? Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Radishes are in the ground, beets and kohlrabi. I have radishes in. I actually had something digging in my garden bed, so I went and got a trail cam. I put it out there, and now nothing's digging in there. So maybe that's all it took to scare it away.
I think I'm going to increase my ppms on my tanks a little bit since I went lower with it again. Well, since I went back with what I had after I cleaned the tank out, the stems that are growing out seem to be a little bit smaller. They're not getting as thick and full as they were before. The tomatoes are still huge, and it's still putting out flower clusters every 4 to 6 inches. I don't know. I should have never checked the ppms. I should have just kept going with what I was doing. It's only been a week since I've done it, so all the new growth could be just new growth. I mean, it just hasn't expanded yet.
Right.
So I might be jumping the gun on it, but I'm going to be running short on time very soon. So
yeah. So what do you got going on, Rob? You having any garden this year?
Oh Lord.
Oh man.
I'd have been mad.
Yeah. That's crap. Hate when that kind of stuff happens.
What you do with 80-something super hot peppers? That's my question. That's a lot of peppers, and that's a lot of heat.
Most of the time they dry them and make powders and stuff out of them and flakes.
You'd be like
no normal person can eat those.
I mean, you could be like Lion's Crest, eat that little pepper, and then go to the bathroom, and it burns the wolf. Mr. Winky's on fire.
Yeah.
That's a bad feeling. I ain't gonna lie, it happened to me already.
Yeah. He's gonna send me some of those seeds. I need to pick up plants this week. All right, that's cool. At least you're gonna have something going. You doing just tomatoes, peppers, or you got other things you're gonna try to get in there as well? Oh, he's doing gardening done wrong. He's doing sauce. See, it's all about the sauce, man. My fermented sauce.
I got the jars to do it. I just need the peppers and stuff now.
Well, you didn't even plant any.
I did plant them. They all died.
Well, right, but you don't have any growing.
They're still growing. They're actually starting to kind of look like they want to take off a minute. So.
Oh, you didn't trash them?
No, I didn't trash them. Hold on. I didn't trash them. I just left them in the pots, the little 6-pack seed starters, because they never got over about a 1/2 inch tall. and I haven't even been watering them. And with the rain and everything, they've pushed up to about 6-8 inches tall. I mean,
Nice.
I don't think any of them that made it are the ones that I really wanted. So just gonna see. I might stick them out. The watermelons that we planted aren't looking too good, so I might pull those up and stick the peppers in there.
It looks like I got one of the. I can never the Romanesco squash. I got one of those that popped from the ones Dan said.
Yeah.
I did 2 of them. One of them popped. I'm hoping the other one pops, and then I planted the other 2 the other day. So we'll see. It's gonna be a mix of plants, whatever I could find. Yeah. Why are you whining at me? My dog is sitting here looking at me and whining at me.
You're not paying attention to it.
I know. Come here. And then he doesn't want to come over. I go to pet him, he walks away.
You're gonna kiss it like John?
I kiss my dogs. I'm not too proud to say it. I love my dogs.
I did that, and Rue comes get by me. He's trying to get in my lap right now. I did it. He gets all excited.
Yeah.
Rue, look. Say hi. Oh, you big butt. Oh.
So your dog's too big. Mine are small. Mine are easier to deal with.
He's only about 35 pounds. He's not that big.
Mine are 15.
Well, he's smart, but he's hard-headed, man.
Yeah, mine are stubborn.
Well, he's smart enough to know he still wants to go outside more than he's supposed to. And when he can take off without the chain, he's smart enough not to go on the road. Not on the chain, on the tie out. He's smart enough not to go on the road. And he finally got smart enough not to keep running. We tell him to go to bed, and he'll run up the steps and come back in the house. Hey, y'all better quit. Go to bed, Rue. Go to bed.
My youngest one does not like when I'm doing anything on the phone.
She's jealous, or he's jealous.
He whines and whines and whines at me. if I put the phone down, then he'll lay down. Can you hear him in the microphone?
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
Can you hear that in the microphone, him whining?
Oh yeah.
He's just sitting here looking at me.
You're not paying no attention.
Come here. Say hi to everybody. Say hi. And he don't even like being on my lap either.
He just wants you to not be doing nothing else.
Right.
Just like a baby.
Yep. He pulled the earphone out of my head. Okay, enough. No, stop.
Take it away when she was a pup, huh? That's awesome. I never thought I'd like the dog in the house.
Stop barking. Nope, no barking. It's enough. Go lay down. Go to bed. Go sleep.
You want to talk about kind of what we had talked about? You know, I caught a little bit before, you were talking about. You want to talk about what we were talking about? Kind of what we were talking. How many times can I say want to talk about? Your system that you planted in the. I know we both talking about doing the similar setups. You want to talk about it a little bit, or you still want to hold off on that?
Well, I mean, I just kind of mentioned what I'm thinking about trying.
Okay.
Just kind of
it's gonna work.
Well, yeah. I have no doubt it would work. I got to see with everything that's going on if I'm going to have time to do it.
You're gonna actually see much better production off of your lettuce and leafy greens than what you did, in the cracky. I'm
sure I am.
And if you add air stones to it, it's gonna blow up. It really will.
Yeah, I mean, worst case, I'm still gonna be growing in the basement this summer.
Right.
In whatever I find to use, but. Homestead Aquarius, how you doing? Thanks for coming by.
Yeah, I've been looking at the shelving I have to do similar to what you want to do, and I've got a really good idea of how it's going to work and how I want it to work for it to be able to do. Don't talk about instant grits in the microwave. Oh, man. It's all in fun. I lost all the video I had somehow cooking my breakfast. I still have the video because I did a separate video right before I ate of my stuff that was plated.
Uh-oh, I'm getting a warning. Hey, I'm telling you, I looked. There was nothing in there that said sniffing was against the rules. Hey, that's a Shed Wars tip. If you're doing hydroponics and you want to grow cucumbers, you can sniff them to make sure they're cucumbers. See?
Hey, I'm going to step off and go run and check on Colt, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, no, nothing about sniffing. I looked. I actually went back and watched the video again. And then when you said that there was something posted in there, I went back and checked again, even though I knew it wasn't there. Best yet, Journey. Good evening, afternoon, evening. I guess it's evening. It's after 5. How are you today? Just jumped on, just chatting a little bit. It's there. Pinned comment. Well, I looked for a pinned comment and I didn't see one, but I think if I'm going to get a warning, you should screenshot that for me so I know where it wasn't. I mean, where it was when I looked. So yeah, I did my second batch of baked potatoes today. So I didn't even know what I was planting. So that's going to be kind of a little in my video. I'm going to post either tomorrow or the day after. New gardeners and even gardeners who've been gardening for a while, and you try something new, you don't necessarily really know what you're doing. And I knew potatoes were in the nightshade family like tomatoes, but I never really thought about them being indeterminate and determinate. So hi, Crystal Pets and Plants, how you doing? So I actually didn't even look at the bag to figure out what potatoes I had. So in my mind, I was planting them. I put 3 inches of soil. And I was going to plant the potatoes and then put more dirt on it and then keep adding dirt as it grows. Well, determinate tomatoes, you got to watch how much you actually do that. So the second planting that I did today and the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth that I ended up planting today, they're actually higher up in the dirt so that I can actually I won't mound as much, and then I'll go from there. But yeah, I didn't realize I had determinate tomato or potatoes. So thanks for stopping by, Homestead Aquarius. I'll be watching for my warning.
What does he do? I know he doesn't have the marshals. Does he have like the tadpoles awareness to let you know you're doing things wrong?
I don't know. Maybe he's just going to do a video and maybe he's going to have like a. I'm trying to think of something. Maybe he's going to have to like smack around and say, you can't do that.
I try, Mr. Robert. I try. And I tried talking to him about it. He still swears. He talked to his teammate, Chicken Johnny, which is a Shed Wars lawyer for their team. And they've come to the conclusion that there's nothing that you can do about it. That it doesn't specifically say that you can't sniff the roots of your plants. It does sound a bit weird. Don't get me wrong. That a lot of Team Will It Grow does a lot of weird things.
Whatever it takes, right?
You don't have to ask for that.
No, you go right ahead. Have a blast. I'm looking forward to it.
You need some ideas, Mr. Robert? Dude, I went to check on Colt passed out, and he had a box of popcorn in the front of him. I went to take the box of popcorn. He took it. He grabbed, his eyes were closed. He put his hand in the box, grabbed the popcorn, and just dropped it on his face. I picked those up, and I realized he must have been doing it for a couple minutes because he had like 15 to 20 popcorns. He just couldn't even get it in his mouth. He's so worn out.
You be good too, Homestead Aquarius. Thanks for stopping by. Best yet says stop. What? The sniffing of the roots?
Yeah.
So that is actually true. In hydroponics, for cucumbers, now I don't know. Naturally, I don't know about anything else.
You can smell them in tomatoes also.
Can you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So it smells just like a cucumber, even though you don't really know what it is, because it could look like a cucumber, a bean, a squash, but once those roots start coming out of the bottom, you can definitely smell it's a cucumber. So that's how I found out what my secret seed was. I threw one in hydroponics after I planted it in dirt.
That's how you think you know what your secret seed is. I told you it's not.
Oh, I know that's what it is, but you can tell me that's not, and that's okay.
It's bacon seeds.
Bacon. No, you can smell bacon. It's funny. Yeah. Chicken Johnny, the lawyer.
Well, he did a video, a Shed Wars video, talking about he was not what he didn't call it a lawyer. It was kind of a lawyer from back in the day. But yeah,
I actually ordered poly twine for mine. Danny uses the tomahawks with the string on those.
And you can actually order the tomahawk twine off of it. It's kind of like a baling twine, but it's thinner. It's a good size for if you're going to use tomato clips to clip them together. They don't snap the tomato clips.
Yeah, I haven't looked at mine yet to see if the clips will fit, but it looked like from the picture they should, because it's only a poly twine, so I'm hoping it fits.
I was using my Tapner, and I was like, man, this would be a good time to do a video because I probably use instead of putting about 150 clips, tomato clips, I was able to use the Tapner to tape it and staple it. And I was like, this would be an amazing time to be able to do a video on it to show people how it works and everything. And yeah, Sheena, I don't feel like it. As soon as I was done, she comes outside. You need any help? Not no more, baby. Not no more.
Better late than never.
Yeah. The Garden Done Wrong, they actually have on Amazon, if you have Amazon, they actually have the tomahawk replacement string on there. It comes in like a 6,400 foot bundle for maybe $20. It's quite a large roll for a really good price. When I ordered mine, I ordered a whole roll of it also. I was supposed to use it out in the raised beds, but I'm just going with tomahawks right now in the raised beds. I love the tomahawks. You can't beat it. I was talking to Rob at Primal Cajun, and he's the one that got me to just go ahead and put the tomahawks. He said even after the hurricanes, they never blew off of the cable that he had put. And he's not.
Is that cotton string?
No, it's a plastic string. It's almost like a plastic baling twine.
Yeah.
But it's a smaller gauge.
I was just looking on Amazon for it, but I don't see it for the only twines I'm seeing are the jute twine and the cotton twine. I see the tomahawks. Canadian Proud, get outdoors. How you doing? Thanks for coming by.
That dude had an amazing breakfast today. Oh my. Grow that, brother. Grow that.
Yeah, I didn't catch the video yet. I'll tell you, it's hard. Too many people putting out videos.
It is. It is. I dedicate an hour a day and I try to watch a few videos in between. And it's really hard to watch videos. There's no way to keep up with all of them. None.
No, I know. Yeah, I mean, I try to at least. What would be nice if YouTube would put so you could put folders or something like that for all the channels that you're in, and you could
Separate.
so you could separate the channels.
Like your notifications for Shed Wars would all go into one of them.
Yeah, that would be nice.
They're not showing it right now on Amazon. You're correct, Jeff.
They have the tomahawks on there, but
Tomahawk's expensive on there.
Juice and maple syrup.
I like maple syrup. I like steamed syrup. We don't have maple trees around here, but we grow a lot of sugar cane. So we use a steamed syrup, which is almost like a thick molasses, but it tastes better because it's from South Louisiana. But
you get maple syrup. You can buy maple syrup, right?
Yeah, but it's not as good.
Well, if you get the real stuff,
it's still not as good. Steamed syrup is everything in Louisiana that for food wise is better.
You've had real maple syrup?
Dude, I lived in Ohio for 3 years. Yeah.
All right.
I even helped them make it. I'm like, this is gonna be cool. Let's see how y'all make it. Oh, it's different than anywhere else in the world. It's the exact same way they make steamed syrup. Cane syrup, yeah. I'm trying to see, I think it's Johnny Seeds where I bought the tomahawks from. It's like 300 and something tomahawks for $110. But they also sell the string over there, and they had it in stock.
Yeah, I haven't even opened my Amazon package with my string in it because I'm not even anywhere near ready for that yet. I probably should open it up and look at it and make sure it's going to work.
No, you don't need it to work. You're on the wrong team.
I still need it to work.
No.
Even if I was on no team. No. Got to hold my food up.
You'd be better off being on no team.
You know what I'd really like to do is one of these times, if I had enough space, I would like to let a tomato grow the way it should grow. Just let it grow across the ground and see how one would do. Because they are a vine. And everywhere it touches the dirt, it would root.
It's not Johnny Seeds, maybe Morgan County Seed.
Live stream string unboxing.
There you go.
I could get the package. It's right out in the front room.
Gardening done all wrong. How do you you have a cable or something across the top that you tie your strings to, or how do you trellis? What type of trellising system do you use to string your tomatoes up?
We're gonna open 2 packages. I got 2 packages.
What?
I forgot I had the other one there too. All right, look at that. We're gonna do an Amazon unboxing. Look at my Amazon package. Woohoo! I wonder what it is. Not like Christmas though, because I already know what's in it. Oh yeah, this is really thin. I'm hoping the tomato clip actually holds onto it without just sliding right down. So this is what I got. I got
oh, you just have some regular
braided nylon mason line.
Yeah. It'll work.
It looks really thin though.
Yeah, but it'll still clip.
I'm hoping so. So that's what I got for holding my tomatoes up. And then my other package. I'll keep my address on the other side so nobody can see it. Unless you want to send me big checks, you can email me and I'll send you my address. I'm always willing to accept big checks. Oh, they smushed my box. So this was on Prime Special. It is a soil moisture light pH tester. So I got this for the first time. I'm going to try it. See how it works.
It works well in the dirt.
Yeah, so I'm going to try that. I wonder if they're weatherproof. Is it something you can leave out there, or is it something you got to just check and then take it in?
It no checks, but if supper looks good, I might stop by. Gee.
Was using cattle panel. Yeah. For the tomatoes? Yeah. You could do that.
They have the replacement. It's called tomato twine on Johnny Seeds. You can get the tomahawks there also, but the tomato twine, 6,300 foot of it it's $24. They went up $5 since I bought mine.
Well, this doesn't have any batteries or anything in it.
It works off the electric current. Just like your pH meter and everything.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, it'll give you the amount of sun you get. It should be able to test your pH and the moisture. Is that the three set one?
Three set?
Yeah, you should. It should tell you the amount of sun you're getting.
Oh no. This just has moisture, pH, and light.
Oh my God, that Cajun's right.
Yeah, every once in a while.
If you set it out there, you can put it out there, and you can walk out at different times of the day and look, and it'll show you how much light you're getting.
There you go. I got this on an Amazon Prime special, one of the deals of the day things for like $9.99. They're normally like $16 or something like that for this one.
The stuff Rob uses, that silica.
Right back.
Okay.
Yeah.
That silica Rob uses. While I was at work, one of the Prime Spotlight deals popped up, and that's what it was. It's normally $18 a jug, and it was on sale for $7. It was $11 off.
Oh yeah.
So I wasn't planning on buying it at the time yet. I wasn't planning on buying it yet. I want to start my seeds and stuff, but I couldn't pass up the price.
Hey, look what I got.
2 of them.
1,200 subscriber giveaway. I'll give one. I'm going to give one away.
Must be nice to get that close. To be looking forward to that.
You're pretty looking forward to it yourself.
In about 4 months. Wait, hey, since we're showing off what we're going to give away for the 1,200 subscribers, 1 second.
Oh, I know what you're getting.
It's the short sleeve, but it's the dark one. Got some new shirts. Where's it at?
There it is.
Grow that. But I'm going to give away a long sleeve one for when I hit 1,200.
Got to make sure it goes to somebody up north.
No.
They need the long sleeves.
I'm not giving it to a Yankee.
Hey, if a Yankee wins, you give it to a Yankee.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna make sure that don't happen. I'm gonna win it. I'll be like, woohoo!
You're already saying you're going to be rigging the competition?
No, that would be cheating.
Right. Poutine recipe. Well, there you go. You can do a poutine recipe.
I should just be buying them with no sleeves because they're so cool without it. When I went get my tattoos yesterday, the guy was fussing. He said, next time I get a tattoo, I need to go in and about a month before I go in, I need to start wearing sleeves, long sleeves, if I'm putting them on my arms, because he said with my skin being dark like that on my arms, it makes it so hard. That's why a lot of the tattoos hurt so much this time as opposed to the last times I've been.
Or maybe you're just getting older and more sensitive.
No, it hurt. It freaking hurt. This one right here, oh my, dude, that thing right now is killing me.
Oh, I bet it does. That, like I said, that's a real tender spot right there.
Mr. Brad, what's up, brother?
Hidden Harvest, Brad, how's it going?
Hey, I'm gonna go check on the little dude again just to make sure.
All right, getting everything going up there now. You got some good weather there, Brad. Yeah, I'm getting close to 1200. So once I'm steadily over 1200, I'm probably going to do a giveaway. I want to give away one of those soil meters, and then possibly some seeds. Try to figure out something good, and hopefully something that maybe somebody can actually grow at that point. I know it's getting kind of far into the beginning season now, but we'll see. Oh, nice. Off grid tonight. So yeah, try to put something decent together for somebody to win some prizes. Prizes are always nice.
I like cooking too, but I'm more along the lines. I don't get all big to do about it like you did that poutine or whatever pouton. I don't even know how to say it.
Poutine, man. Poutine. Gravy. Gravy fries.
That's what that was.
Poutine is gravy and fries, I believe.
Yeah, I don't eat that,
Why not? You eat gravy on everything else?
dude. And I made some breakfast gravy for my video. Well, for my breakfast that I did.
Yep.
I was talking about that earlier. Yeah, I lost the cooking process of it. I lost the video. I don't know what happened. I had deleted it off my phone. I had it on my computer. The computer froze, and they had a female bacon. That's what I was talking about. I've never had that. That looks like it would be amazing.
Eating steak and smoking by the oil lamp. Long day
No,
hauling stones. Oh yeah, I bet. Yeah, I don't know why I don't get the notifications that you posted on your community tab.
I don't get any notifications for the community tabs. If I don't go into my subscriptions and scroll through the subscriptions, they won't come up.
I always forget to look at Brad's community tab. I get the notifications when he posts a video, but never when he puts anything on a community tab.
I try once a day to go through just the subscription and and look through that. That's the only place it comes up. Nobody that posts unless it's tagged. The fuck is breakfast gravy? I'm very disappointed. It is heaven with breakfast.
Sausage
It's
gravy, biscuits.
sausage gravy. Well, it's sausage gravy. A lot of people call it shit on a shingle or stuff like that. I call it breakfast gravy because we don't eat it just for breakfast.
Shit on a shingle up here is different. Shit on a shingle is a white gravy with chipped beef, and you normally put it on toast. That's what we call shit on a shingle.
They put it on biscuits down here, but they use the because we don't have a lot of chipped beef. It's not available. They put the breakfast sausage in it.
Yeah.
Pork makes everything better.
Yeah, up here it's sausage gravy over biscuits, and then there's chipped beef and toast, sausage gravy and biscuits.
It's probably like a roast beef they chip, small shreds of it.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't have that around. I'm not saying we don't have it. It's not readily available. I'll put it like that. I mean, I could take some roast beef, which does sound pretty good. Take some roast beef, fry it up a little bit, and make the breakfast gravy with it.
Yep.
Yeah, but white gravy.
I love corned beef hash.
Ooh. Oh no! Mm-mm.
Oh yeah, fresh corned beef hash, the real good fresh stuff. Oh yeah.
No. Mm-mm. That's horrible. That should be illegal to ruin meat like that. No.
Disney World.
Yeah.
Faithful, yeah.
I went a long time. I didn't like it. Then all of a sudden, the people I worked with always used just black pepper and a little bit of salt to season it.
Yeah.
The guys, when I was working nights on one place, the guys asked me to make breakfast gravy, so I went on YouTube, found a soup. I mean, you need a pack of Jimmy Dean's hot sausage, 3 heaping tablespoons of flour, a stick of real butter.
Yeah. You got that right. I mean, I don't mind the canned stuff because it's a process to make the good stuff, but I love the good stuff.
I eat
Deviled ham
devil's
is
ham. I've eaten devil. I like it with Ritz crackers. It got to be an ice cold Dr. Pepper.
I've never had deviled.
I've eaten it out the can. I've eaten a lot of stuff. Whenever when you go on a platform and there's only so many things to eat, it's amazing how good stuff will taste. I got stuck on a platform one time because of wind and fog. It's amazing. You got wind blowing 55 miles an hour, but you still have fog that won't blow away. I was stuck on a platform for 5 days, and we were down to the last 3 days. We were stuck there with the little fish in the can. What you call that?
Sardines.
Sardines. We had sardines and deviled ham.
Hi, Andale Homestead in the Colony. How are you? Thanks for coming in, checking out. We're just chatting right now. We're talking about food.
Yeah, you got something you want to talk about? Let's talk.
Relish. I do relish, but not deviled ham.
I don't do relish.
You don't do a lot of the good stuff.
And when you look at the size, I mean, you'd think I'd eat everything. But yeah, it's not that I eat a lot.
Well, that's okay. We're just hanging out.
Red Silo Homestead. Why don't you share the link if anyone wants to come up and visit with us?
Yeah, I could do that again. Yeah, I was just saying I don't get notified. I put a post on the community tab, and but I don't normally get notifications when somebody posts on a community tab.
you got a troll.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I got him.
Okay.
Tom Hanks.
Thank you. I've never been called that.
Right? No. Gareth Lewis, hello. How are you? Thanks for coming in, hanging out with us.
I've been called Toby Keith a long time ago when I was still skinny. All kind of stuff, but never Tom Hanks.
There you go.
No, I'm not a relish fan at all. Anything in vinegar, I'm not a fan of. I'm just really starting to eat a little bit of different types of pepper sauces or like hot sauces. So
if you get the good ones, they don't have vinegar in them.
But they still don't taste good.
Well, I'm telling you, when I do this next batch, I'm hoping that because I got 2 jars now, so I should get probably, I don't know, I'm thinking maybe 6 to 10 bottles out of it.
Wow.
Out of 2 quart jars. So.
Right.
Will you stop whining at me? I don't know what you want.
He don't want you to be on the team you're on for Shed Wars. That's what he wants. He's telling you it's wrong. Wrong.
It's wrong.
So, what Lions Crest was talking about last night, the cold pressed neem oil. That's some really amazing stuff.
Yeah.
The regular neem oil you buy at the store works good, but it's just like everything else. It's stepped on. It's mixed with a surfactant already to help dilute it. And then when they put it in the self-spray bottles, it's diluted again for that. So the cold pressed neem oil is supposed to be, 100 times better than the regular neem oil concentrate you buy.
Yeah. I have 2 West Highland White Terriers.
I have a Norwegian Elkhound that doesn't like Louisiana because he doesn't like the heat, and a mixture of a chocolate lab and a border collie, I think it is. Smart and hard headed, both of them.
Yeah, both of mine are stubborn and way too smart for their own good. You know, they know I do. We were teaching them tricks. So, you know, you teach them to sit, and then you do the treat. You teach them to lay down and give them a treat. Then you teach them to roll over and give them a treat. Now I can't even, if I have a treat, if I tell them to sit, that's it. They sit, lay down, roll over, and it's done. And then they want
All
a
of
treat. Yep, they do it all right away, and they want their treat. It's like, no, I didn't even want you to do all that. I just wanted you to sit down.
them.
And I'm trying to get the youngest one to do it, and the older one has done it for, well, he's a year older, so he's done it for a year longer. So as soon as I'm trying to get the youngest one to do it, every time I say to do it, the older one is laying down, rolling over, laying down, rolling over, laying down, rolling over. I'm like, no, not you.
And the other
You
one's
just
not
did.
figuring it out.
Yeah, and the other one's just sitting there like, what do you want me to do? It's like, look at your brother. That's what I want you to do. He about rolled over you 5 times. Aren't you getting it?
Oh man,
They're funny.
I was stringing up in the second greenhouse. Well, it's the number one. I need to quit calling it the number one greenhouse. The new greenhouse that I planted out about 3 weeks ago. I was stringing up, and I didn't realize the plants actually grew up. They grew back down. They grew up about 10 inches, grew back down about 10 inches, and they're grown up about another foot. It's oh my! You talk about hard to string that.
Oh yeah. Weird hair mud that sheds, and lazy, no account pit bull that wakes up only for dog treats.
That's we got Cajun, the Norwegian Elkhound. That dude sheds. Oh my! I mean, it
Mine
looks
too
like
don't shed too bad.
it looks like he loses 60 pounds whenever when we brush him.
You get people out of bed, tell who to get up.
Getting
Now, that would be good. That would be good.
I just open the door. When we open the door, both the dogs go jump into bed.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, I'm gonna go check on the little dude again.
All right. Keep running the squirrels away. Yeah. Mine chased the squirrels away, but they almost caught one day. That's what I'm nervous about because squirrels got them nails. But the 2 of them go at them. One of the squirrels almost fell off the fence. I was afraid they were going to get him. Hey, freehandly maid, how are you? I'll put the link in there again. See if anybody wants to come up and visit. But yeah, the dogs go crazy, especially when they see a squirrel outside. Miniature Dotson that think he's human. I think our dogs think they're human too. The dog will sit there at the sliding glass door if he sees a squirrel. He goes nuts. And then what he does is he'll actually run to his brother's pen and pull the blanket over the food to try to hide the food, like he thinks the squirrel's going to come in to eat the food. And he normally drags the blanket into the bowl of water.
Some raccoons. Come on, they should have got 12 people in there. Somebody got to want to come visit with us.
Right?
Yeah,
raccoons can be nasty.
They mean. Then you get a female raccoon that got some baby's clothes. Oh man.
I had one outside one night, and I heard a noise by the garbage. So I went out, and the thing must have jumped out onto the driveway. So, you think you go to try to scare him away. So I'm up on the deck, so I kind of take a quick couple steps toward it, stomping my feet. That little thing started coming at me.
Yep.
I went back in the house.
We had some at one of the places we worked before. We had some. It was inland, so there was raccoons. We were off the ground, but we were in the marsh area, and one of the guys was actually feeding the raccoons Oreos every day. He'd go out there and feed them a sleeve of Oreos, and they'd come up, he'd feed them out of his hand and everything. Well, he'd leave when it wasn't his turn to be at work. He'd leave, and they'd come up. You try to go out at night when it was dark, and they'd attack you and come after you and stuff. They sent out groceries with dry ice. So I'd throw the dry ice in the water. Well, in the marsh, kind of where the water was, because they always grab it and then they wash it. Well, I'd throw the chunks of dry ice in the water. They'd pick it up in their hands, and it's cold, but it doesn't burn. But when you put it under the water, it burns. Boy, they throw that away, then they look back up, throw them another piece, they grab another one.
Hi, Jeannie. How you doing? Yeah, skunks are worse. We had years ago. We had a German short-haired pointer that got sprayed about 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh, it was, and she got sprayed bad right in the face, and you could smell it right in the corner of her eye, right there. When you got up close to her, you could smell it till the day she died.
Oh, poor thing.
Yeah, and these two, they went out one night. I let them out, and they kind of walked out toward the patio, and then they took off running toward the corner of the house. I'm like, what are you doing? So I went out there. Sure enough, there was a baby skunk. They had it cornered. Sure. Luckily, they listened, and they got back when I told them to get back. It did spray, but I think it was so small that it wasn't very much and very potent. So I was able to just wash it off them real quick, and they didn't stink. But, man, they're bad.
They're bad.
Possums, giant rats. Yeah. I haven't seen any of those around. Oh, yeah, it is terrible.
Dude, as much as we used to run around at the property, I mean, when me and my twin brother were young, they'd turn us loose. It's probably 50, 60 acres that we'd walk, and there was another probably 50, 60 acres on the other side we can walk. You know, there was nothing but sugarcane fields, and scrub brush grew up along not bayous. We call them coulees. There's some little drainage ditches, the little coulees and stuff. And we'd go out there, they'd turn us loose with 22s or 410s to go hunting. And we'd run up on skunks all the time. It's a miracle we never got sprayed, just running around out there playing. And
that's bad stuff, man. I mean, just when the dog got sprayed, that stench filled the house. It was terrible. And I couldn't stop after we tried to clean her off and get her all cleaned up. I couldn't stop smelling it for like 2-3 weeks.
Oh, yeah. We hit one with a car. Terrible. We hit it with a car and it wouldn't go away.
Yep. Oh, let me let my dogs in.
Canadian Proud, you talking about skunks or possums that y'all can't get rid of?
Well, that's good. You don't have to worry about skunks. And we have a fenced-in yard, so they find a way in underneath something.
I'm surprised we haven't had any issues with raccoons or skunks or anything in town.
Well, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks.
Have a good night. Enjoy dinner. Canadian Proud said raccoons.
Raccoons.
Yeah.
I had an old Chevrolet truck, this old step side, like a 78 that was sitting out in the pasture, and I'd go start it every once in a while. I was planning on rebuilding it because I had all kind of time. I went in it one time and there was a big lump in the seat. Now the doors and everything are closed. Yep. There's a big lump in the back of the seat, and the seat is it's a 70s truck, so the seats don't even fold forward, and the lever to move the seat forward was broken. So I pulled it as much as I could to see, and as I was pulling it, something was moving. Dude, a raccoon's head popped up, scared the hell out of me, fell backwards. So I went in the house, got the pistol, and I kept trying to, shoo it out. It wouldn't leave. Well, it ended up, I took a stick and I was hitting the seat.
Yeah.
The seat was recovered. There was no more springs or nothing in the seat. It was 2 layers of like leather on the seat. So it ended up busting through there and it wouldn't leave. It was just hissing and standing on its back feet and hollering at me. It had 7 babies in the back seat with it. How it got in the truck, I have no idea. But
like our first night here on the farm. Great welcome to Kentucky. Yeah, I guess. Oof, man, I'll tell you, that smells for miles.
and you got to think like, man, is this an omen telling us? Is this a sign telling us we shouldn't be here? It's like,
right.
Yeah. We ended up catching about 5 out of the 7 babies. We put some big welding gloves on. We took the mama and chased her away, but she was mad.
Yeah, luckily we haven't had to do that on our 2 dogs now, but the one that we had, the German short-haired pointer, that was bad. We tried everything to get that smell off. We actually had it jumping in the pool at 3:00 in the morning right after it got shot, because she used to love swimming. So we were telling her, jump in the pool, go swimming. She was jumping in the pool. We got tomato juice, peroxide, and water. We got everything. It just nothing worked to really get it off. I think she just got hit that bad. Oh yeah, mice. We have chipmunks here. A lot of chipmunks and squirrels, and they pick a lot of my tomatoes. And I wouldn't mind it so much, but they pull the tomatoes off, and then they only take 1 bite. Then they pull another tomato off, and they're just so wasteful. If they only ate the one, if they ate it, they'd be full, and then they'd leave, and I wouldn't have a problem. But when they pull 2 or 3 of them and just take a bite out of each one and leave them on the ground, that's just not right.
Dude, we had a problem at the greenhouse 2 years ago out in the country when the drought hit. Them mice they'd eat like 4 or 5 bites off the bottom of the tomatoes and they'd move on. We picked like 1,000 pounds of tomatoes out of 48 buckets, and probably 300 pounds of them were no good because of the mice bites.
Yeah. Yeah, I had probably, I was trying to get I got a couple of the really big ones, like over 1 pound tomatoes, but one of them was a really nice sized tomato, and something went in there and just took a bite right out of the side of it.
That's horrible.
And it was right when they were starting to do it, just when they were starting to flush.
Yeah.
And then they just started doing it when they were green.
I've never had them do it when they were green. They always do it about 2 to 3 days into the flush. So we just started picking them early. We'd bring them in the house, and we had a box we'd put them in. We closed the box up with a couple bananas inside of it. That's a tip. If you got some tomatoes that flush, you put them in a box with a banana, seal it up real good, and in like 24, 36 hours, they are beautiful red. Rue, get off of there.
Yeah, I do it in a brown paper bag with a banana.
Same thing.
Yeah.
It works, and you still get the same flavor. And
yeah, I used a couple of the ones that actually I left on there that they bit.
Yeah.
So that I would let it really ripen, so I save seeds from it.
That's a good idea.
Because it's still good as long as it stays on the vine.
Right.
It still grows and it still ripens up.
Oh man, I got so much stuff to plant tomorrow.
I got nothing to plant tomorrow.
Well, I got my secret seeds I got to start finally. I got some bottle gourds that I want to plant. I still don't know where I'm going to put them, but I got some bottle gourds that seeds I forgot I had I want to plant. And I got to build that backdrop.
Yeah.
Yeah, Annie, it works amazing. They say, a lot of people tell you to put your tomatoes out on a windowsill. And everything I've learned, from reading says that when you put them on the windowsill, the sun actually, once you pick them, breaks down the sugars and stuff, so your flavor is not going to be as good. It will help it turn, but it also helps it get softer. So if you put them in the box with the banana emits a gas, and it helps ripen the tomato faster. It'll be still dense and really sweet.
The wind gets them, so it's really windy in your area, huh? We get occasional windstorms here, but not too bad normally. There you go.
We actually,
the hunters up there.
When I first planted my raised beds, I was very mad because something was digging in it. Come to find out, it's cats, and I don't want to get rid of the cats because we don't have any mice, or we have very few mice. There's like 3 different cats that stay in the area. There's a black one, a white one, and kind of a tiger striped one, and they work well. It's hard to get rid of them because if we get rid of them, then the mice are going to come.
Yep.
Nobody has issues around here. No, okay. Anna, you don't have to tape the box shut. Like Jeff said, you can also use a brown paper bag. You don't want to use a plastic bag because it's going to sweat. But you can use a brown paper bag and put them in there also. Just roll it up, relatively tight. And you don't want it to vent because you're going to lose your gas out of it. The gases that the banana emits. But it's super easy.
Yeah, we had a windstorm here yesterday. I don't think it was 50. I think it only got up to maybe 30-mile-an-hour winds, but you could see our lilacs just blowing across, bending down.
Yeah, we're supposed to have some pretty good winds tomorrow, up 30 to 50-mile-an-hour gusts, and a lot of rain. So I'll probably end up losing a few tomatoes in the raised beds because they're still not stringed.
Yeah, squirrels in field mice. Yeah, squirrels here are bad. We have woods behind our house, and it's forever wild, so you can't do anything back there. So squirrels. I mean, we have deer walking around back there, and we're in the city, but it's there was a pack of 5 or 6 deer walking back there. We get tons of squirrels, and they come in, and I think the squirrels were eating the tomatoes last year too.
Yep.
And since my neighbors moved out, they used to have a big old bird feeder over there, and the birds would go over there, and the squirrels would go over there too and eat. So I didn't have them over here a lot because it was easy pickings for them over there. But since they've moved,
sounds like you need to put up a bird feeder.
Well, yeah, but I don't want to draw them into the yard.
We'll put it in your neighbor's yard if they're not there no more, or somebody lives there now.
No, it's still empty.
Put it in their yard.
I just go fill up their bird feeder.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
When the tomatoes start, bird feed's pretty cheap.
It is. It's cheaper than tomatoes.
Yeah. Especially homegrown tomatoes. Oh gosh.
No.
I'm not a fan of snakes. No. Nothing that ain't got legs scares me.
I don't mind snakes. I just gotta. I don't know. Depends on if they're poisonous or not. Regular snakes, I'm fine with, but I don't want to mess with no poisonous ones. And scorpions, forget that. I'm not into that one.
Spiders, snakes, scorpions. Nope.
Yeah. Surrounded by farmland, cows possibly. Yeah. Wild kingdom, absolutely.
I could deal with that, if you're surrounded by it, doing what you can, but you also have more. You can dispatch the animals if they're messing up your stuff really bad. If there's that many of them out in the country, in town, we have to call the dog or I forgot what it's called. You have somebody that comes out here and is going to catch them and dispatch them or bring them.
Trapper.
Yeah. Why would you want to catch it over here when it's overpopulated everywhere else and go drop it off?
Right.
Dispatch the thing humanely and move on. Raccoons they're, oh my, we out in the country, they have so much issues with them. Oh my, I couldn't deal with that.
No. No.
And it's not a wildlife officer. It's kind of like a dog catcher. I don't remember the name of it. It's something French actually that the town has. It's a French.
We actually have trappers. So if you have a pest that's like living and causing damage or something, you have to call somebody. They need to come out and put a trap and do all that, and then they take it away. But you're not allowed to trap them.
I got
You can get in trouble for trapping them. You
you.
get
See,
fined.
we can live catch them. No, Red Silo Homestead says their animal control is a 22, and that's exactly. I I shot an alligator because it was trying to get my dog. Shot at an alligator. I didn't hit it because it's illegal, but I scared him off with the 22. But the cops were at my house like 5 minutes later. Somebody hearing a gunshot in the middle of town is horrible.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of a city too. You can't shoot a gun. Somebody will be called.
Even a 22. You used to be able to find CB caps for the 22, and when you shoot it, it actually sounds the hammer's louder than the bullet. You ain't gonna hit nothing from a mile away, but from 6 feet away, you can dispatch whatever you're shooting at, and it doesn't make no noise, but you can't find them anymore.
Right. I mean, you get a pellet gun, I guess.
A break barrel pellet gun, but that little alligator, there's no way I couldn't have scared him away with that.
No,
I
I
have
would have laughed.
Yeah, the little alligator was about 10 to 11 foot.
Yeah, he'd have laughed at you.
Oh yeah. But I do have a break barrel pellet gun for the squirrels if they start coming in the yard, which we haven't had any issues. There's plenty of stuff for them to eat over here. People actually feed them. We got probably 12-pound squirrels climbing on the telephone wires and everything. It's just, but if they start getting in the garden and getting into tomatoes, they're gonna start getting fed lead. One pellet at a time.
Yeah, they pulled my telephone line out of my house.
The squirrels?
Yeah, it's hanging in my backyard. I got to go rehang it,
dude.
From walking on it.
Had a guy I worked with. They go camping all the time. Well, camping's pretty popular around here. Why would you want to leave your house to get a $60,000 camper and go park in the woods with the mosquitoes and everything, and spend $500 or $600 to drink and cook? But that's what they do. They drive 5.5 miles and they go park their camper and they camp it. Anyway, it's always rented out. They rent the lots out basically through the summer. They will rent it for the whole summer. That way they always have the same ones. Well, he had an ice chest of food and he thought that it was his neighbor that stole his food. And they got into a big old thing, blah, blah, blah. The next time he went back, he put a game camera out. It was an actual video camera, game camera. And there was 4 raccoons on the outside. You couldn't open the ice chest. It fit perfect underneath his camper. So you couldn't open it and get inside of it. They had 4 raccoons on the outside pulling on the handle, and they had 3 of them underneath the camper. They pushed it out. They opened the ice chest. They took everything out of the ice chest. They cut the bags, pulled the stuff out, and left the bags on the ground right there. They did it twice. The second time he got it. You can, if it's coming, let's see. The alligator, I had already called the game wardens, which is kind of like animal control around here, and they sent a private trapper over here to try to catch it. But a 10 to 12-foot alligator is very smart. It wouldn't take the bait. There's too much other food also besides, a chicken leg hanging in the air. There's too much other food in the little bayou by the house. So I waited, and they had a big rain one afternoon. The water in the bayou came up about 1.5 feet. It was running fast. And my daughter came in the house, told me that the alligator's head was on the ground. She was going outside to get the dog. And the dog was, at the end of his leash, and the alligator was about 6 foot from it, but he was creeping up a little bit at a time. Every time he'd creep up, the dog would move a little bit. So I went and chased him away with a shot between the eyes.
Yeah, I don't know of any poisonous snakes that we have here.
I know poisonous snakes are needed, because they're beneficial, just like everything else. But it's crazy, the populations start to explode and they're still protected.
Yep.
Everything should be protected to a point. But when you get overpopulated and start causing issues, but to release them back in a province, no.
I threw the link up again. If anybody feels like coming up, feel free.
Come on up, Canadian Proud. Get outdoors. You got that. I need somebody else up here with a cool accent.
Other than me, you mean? I'll take that as a yeah.
Yeah. I'm about to go get me another juice box. Them things are good.
You still on the juice box?
Dude, we got like 150 of them. The kids don't drink them.
Oh, you don't have a webcam. Yeah, you got to get one of those.
Live streams are fun. Even just to visit. We can make connections through videos and stuff, but when you can get on a live stream and talk, it seems a lot more personal and much, much more. You get a lot more out of it, being able to visit.
Yeah, that's good. At least they're not protected, and you don't have to get in trouble if you need to get rid of one.
Gila monster. Mm-mm.
Well, yeah, if there's a snake and it's running away, it can go. I'm fine with that. If it's coming towards you, that's when you got the problem.
My issue is when I don't know they're there and they scare me. They startle me. My legs don't work. I scream like a little girl, ah! And my legs don't work.
Well, my legs always work.
You gave him some pain medicine?
Mm-hmm.
So I just took his shirt off so I could wash it.
All right. That'll be good. It's fun. It's easier to chat when you're on like this. Because then you ask a question and you have to wait for a response, and then you get 2 or 3 questions, and then somebody answers something, and you're like, well, where did that one come from? What was the answer from?
The greenhouses are so nice. I'll give you a hint, a tip. Everybody told me when I started looking at my first greenhouse, and I ended up doing it. And when you decide the size greenhouse you want to double it. If you're looking to grow in it, you want to double the size you want because it's not going to be big enough. Yeah, I doubled what I had, and it still wasn't big enough. So that's a tip. Somebody told me that, and I went with it, and I did not regret it.
Webcams are cheap nowadays too. You could probably find one on Amazon for $10-$20.
Was that?
Cameras, webcams?
Oh yeah. I think I paid for the microphone, the webcam, and the speakers. It was like $35, $45 for the set.
It's built into my laptop, but I have one because we work from home now. So I actually have a webcam that actually has a built-in mic.
Nice.
So it's all in one.
Yeah, you can't use it for your for the live streams, right? That's what gives feedback.
No, that's my laptop.
Okay.
I haven't. The other one's on my work computer, so I haven't tried to go live on that one. But yeah, that's non-poisonous snakes are great rodent control. That's for sure. Yeah, it would be good. It's fun. 2-acre greenhouse. I don't know if you need to double that one.
Yep. If you want a 2-acre greenhouse, you're going to need 4 acres greenhouse, but you're going to need about 4 people to help. Trust me. Yeah, you should be able to go live on your phone. You just won't be able to read the comments at the same time.
Right.
Hold on. Are you talking about going live to join this live stream or go live on your channel? Because if you can't go live on your phone if you're under 1,000 subscribers. You can use StreamYard, start it on your computer, and then open it up on your phone to go live. But if you're coming on StreamYard,
All right, Ann. Thanks for stopping by.
Yes, thanks for stopping by.
Have fun.
Yeah, yeah. You can't live stream on your phone if you're under 1,000 subscribers.
Yeah. Do you need the StreamYard app on your phone?
No, you need the you need to open it up on your computer and send yourself the
No,
invite.
like if you wanted to come in here.
No, you need the invite because you're using a web page to do it.
Oh,
You
okay.
know,
So if they wanted to come in and click the link, it would just automatically bring them in.
yep, it would
Okay.
you would have to close their YouTube because it would still be feeding back like on the other one, like on your computer. But
Right.
you just click on the link and it'll open up in the web page just like it does on your computer.
Right. Okay. There you go. They got 2 acres, two
Nice.
fields that are 2 acres, so they're covered. Nice.
My gosh, I wish. I bet that's got to be.
Oh yeah. 10-acre greenhouse. Oh my goodness. I couldn't even imagine that.
I guarantee you it's going to be like that around here. They're about to pass it in Louisiana. It's moving through quick to legalize marijuana. They want to be the first state on the Gulf Coast to do it. And the guy that's pushing it's a really smart individual. And he's, when he went up for it and he put it in debate and everything, he had everything lined out and he has some pretty good people backing him. So it looks like it's going to go through, and he's already got the tax system set up on how they can collect the taxes from it. And basically, and he also, there's another part to it, but basically the way they're going to collect the taxes is if you're a home grower, you're going to have to buy a license every year to be able to grow. I think it's 4 plants for your person. Then they got, I think there's 5 different levels of growing
Right.
licenses that you'll have to get.
There you go. The largest in the U.S. and they're going to expand. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's big money now.
There, one of the things they're actually talking about to help reduce some of the stuff is if you've been picked up, if your case hasn't gone to court and you have marijuana charges, basically like small possession, they're going to drop all that because the fine is like $250 to $500. The fine for possession of marijuana, and they say it takes between $7,000 and $12,000 to go through the whole court process to do it. So if it does pass, it's in there also to drop any existing
Charges. Yeah.
charges, right? And also if you have pre-existing marijuana charges, not like intent to distribute, but it's not going to hold you back from getting a license to be able to grow it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really good thought that was put into it, and it was really cool. It was exciting to see. Not that I smoke it or plan on growing it, but it's really exciting to see. I can about imagine how many people I'd have to shoot in my yard if I started growing that.
Right. Yeah, there's always a bunch of red tape and inspections with anything, and I'm assuming it's probably even worse with that.
But there's not really going to be any inspections as far as the home growers.
Weird. Unfortunately, I drink very rarely. I do smoke, which hopefully I'll be able to quit in the near future. I think that might be in the cards. But yeah, I'm still weird even with those two. So. Yeah, I mean, it's legal now for you to possess it here, I guess. And I mean, I haven't really been up on the laws because I don't do it, but I guess it's legal to possess so much of it for personal use.
And they're not just going to make it legal here in Louisiana. They're going to collect money off of it for something. And so the way they're going to do that is by selling the licenses.
I don't think you have to have a license if you want to grow it here for your own personal use.
Right.
You're allowed to grow 4 plants. There's no
Right.
license or anything, but
And
yeah.
I think they said the licenses are going to be somewhere around, $25 to $40 a year.
Yeah, that's what it is, I believe, here too.
Slide over.
More per household.
Jeff Rowe.
What's happening? You water them plants?
Nope.
No,
Come on.
I just did my nails.
Your who?
My
Her
nails.
You're still not in the picture.
You did your nails. You just the plants are a little bit more important than the nails, you know.
No.
Oh yeah.
Keep coming. Don't look at that one. Look at this one. There you go, Chubbs. This way. There you go.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That is really cool.
Where y'all located at?
She's in Arizona.
In Arizona? Yeah, that's anybody helping anyone grow a garden is amazing.
Yeah.
My neighbor, I was outside talking. I think I was on the phone with you, Jeff. I was talking, and he brought his dad to show his dad my raised beds in the backyard, and I hollered, "Hey, get out my yard!" Scared the hell out of both of them. Got off the phone with you. We ended up talking for about an hour. I need to go to his dad's place. He had some questions about pruning. So I got to go, show him what to prune. He's supposed to be finding out what type of tomatoes he has.
Yeah.
Cajun.
Yeah, the government gets into everything. The government will be selling it. As long as they get their money, they're happy.
And it's cool. There's so many people that's growing right now anyway. They just well make it legal.
Yeah, at least it's at least it's controllable. So
yeah,
you're not getting bad stuff.
People are getting it. No matter what you want, the people are getting it. So you can make it legal and make some money off of it, or you can make it illegal. And the guy also brought up the point. He's like, we can't regulate it, just like we can't regulate guns. You're not going to take it away from the criminals. So you just well be able to tax it, make a little bit of money off of it, and quit putting average people in jail.
Yep.
And there's supposed to be a test, a breathalyzer test, if you've smoked it, to be able to tell you if how much if the guy is messed up. So there's also going to be that's going to be done.
Yeah. Right. Just keep out of the yard.
It's also it's going to be set up similar to Colorado, where they can have places selling it legally, and all that.
It's just a food desert.
That's awesome.
Yeah. That's what all this is about. That's what's nice about the community is you just, especially like the Shed War stuff that we're in now. It's like you're trying to teach people how to grow stuff. I mean, yeah, there's banter back and forth and things like that. Some people like it, some don't. But the whole idea is to just give tips and tricks and try to help people grow food. Everybody should at least grow something.
Yeah.
Anything. One tomato plant. It's just better for you anyways. And once you grow one, you start getting hooked.
Oh, my kid.
Once you taste it.
My oldest daughter's all hooked on that. She's so pumped up. They're doing the neem oil and the BT one a week. Every Sunday they spray, and their plants are looking a lot better this year. It's the second year growing, but she swore off tomatoes and cucumbers from the store. She don't want, We do. One of the coaches actually wants to come look on my little boy's t-ball team. Wants to come and look at the greenhouse. Not so much to set up a greenhouse, just to see how I'm growing, because he has a similar size yard that he's tired of cutting the grass, so he wants to start putting some garden. I said, you need to come check out my trellis system in the backyard. That's it's a lot easier, and it's easier to maintain than a regular garden, in the ground garden. So he's going to pass one in and take a look. I mean, people just stop. It's an eye. The greenhouse is in the front yard. Some people didn't like it because it's in town, and You know, they feel it makes us look country. Some people want to move away from the Cajun way of life or the Cajun way of look, I guess, and others really enjoy it.
Very nice.
Yeah, growing your own food turns you into a produce snob. Exactly.
Yeah, it does.
They got a place in Lafayette, which is the big city about 20 miles north of me, and it's called Fresh Pickings. You used to it was all locally produced, not organic, but it was all locally produced stuff. But it's so popular now, you go over there and you don't know what you get. You might have some stuff that's locally produced and some stuff that's not.
Right. Big tomatoes with no hard center. Yeah, I think most of my big tomatoes all have hard centers. They have that core. I don't know of any big ones that don't have a core.
How big are you looking for? That's the main thing. Because the big beefs don't really have a hard core in them. But they only, they'll average 12 to 14 ounces. In the greenhouse, they'll average 12 to 14 ounces. In the yard or in the garden, I was getting like 8 to 12 ounces tomatoes. I'm not a snob for big tomatoes. I like a tomato that tastes good. I'll take a Campari tomato and cut up 10 Campari tomatoes and put it on a ham sandwich because the flavor of the Campari tomato with the ham sandwich just makes it go crazy.
Tasmanian chocolate.
That's a tomato?
So I'm assuming so. We've been talking about tomatoes.
Well, I'm a Cajun. You need to stop. You can pick on Sheena about not watering the plants. You can't pick on me about being a little slow in the chat.
That sounds actually really good. Yeah, are you looking for stuff like that, Jeannie, to do that for seeds and stuff like that? And we can always reach out too and see if anybody's willing to help out.
I got a bunch of lettuce seeds I could share. They're about 1.5 years old now.
Yeah, I'm sure I could find some seeds too. Good size, not huge, but good size.
Yeah, the big beef makes a really good tomato that doesn't have a thick core. Now, the seeds are actually relatively cheap if you can get them. The prices, as much as everything's been out of stock, the prices have actually gone down quite a bit on the seeds I like. The stuff I like to grow. I was very surprised. The Dash of 2 cucumbers, can't say enough good things about those. The amount of production that come off of them. They went from like $34 for 1,000 seeds 2 years ago. They was $16 for 1,000 seeds this year. So
yeah, everything seems to be going up. I'm surprised they're coming down.
Well, it might have just been the point when I was buying them because I bought everything middle of last year, getting ready to grow. Right? I say middle of last year, around August, September, October. I started buying my seeds for this year. That's the point we buy our seeds over here because of the new stuff. So I haven't been back looking to see what the prices are on them, but yeah. Oh, I have. Oh my.
Boy, I've never heard of somebody just having 2 kinds of pepper tomatoes.
I don't know how many. I got 13 over here for sure, and probably 6 or 7 out of the property in the greenhouse. We have a little freezer in the greenhouse, and they're in mason jars, but it's one of them little dorm freezers, one of them little dorm refrigerators with the freezer on the top. And the mason jars fit right in, but they're frozen. We have to defrost the freezer to get it out, so it's just sitting there.
Yeah, I mean, all the tomato I started, I don't know. I mean, about 14 tomatoes, 14 to 16 tomatoes, and I think I only planted maybe 3 or 4 that I've grown before. The rest of them are all different. I've never grown.
Wow. That's amazing.
That is. Yeah, I mean, if we can help in any way, let me know. You can message me on Facebook or email me. We can see if we can get some stuff together.
Get the address to us. We'll. I got, like I said, I got a bunch of lettuce seeds I could send. A bunch. I need to start doing something with them. Like I said, they're about 1.5 years old, so it's time to either start planting them and purchasing new ones.
Yeah, they're still getting good germination. The ones that I've been using.
Yeah, I've tried a few of them. Also, I haven't had big issues. It's usually about 75 to 80% germination on the seeds. Even when I first got them, that's what I was having with them. But I just don't want to keep. I buy them by the pound, the seeds. So it's it really. I don't want to get stuck with them and they go bad when I can help somebody else. I've already sent out quite a few of them.
Right. What kind of sauce was on it? They were so amazing. That sounds good. Yeah, I definitely have to look that one up. Where did you get the seeds for those? Right. So yeah, I'm going to be looking them up too.
I'm not looking them up because I ain't got no more room. I'm going to let Jeff tell me about them.
Right. You'll wait for me to look them up and get them, and I'll say, I'll send you a few.
I'll be like, hey, Jeff, remember when I sent you those Capara seeds? I need 2 of them chocolate seeds. Yeah, he gives away Garden State Gardener gives away a lot of seeds.
Yeah.
A lot. Hold on. Let me take a picture of that, Jeff, so I can Okay.
Is there any preference on what you want, Jeannie? Is tomatoes, lettuce, peppers, cucumbers, or just a little bit of everything?
Jeff, leave that comment up for a little while with her address and then delete it so that if anybody wants to get it, so it doesn't stay.
Okay.
We don't want to leave that up for if there's any weird people.
Right.
Bill's not on there to get the trolls.
We had a troll earlier, baby. Said Jeff looked like Tom Hanks.
Which isn't that bad. I mean, at least it was a decent troll. He didn't come in swearing.
She said, Phil, with Grow Crow, we did the first few lives we did, he'd come in, and it's like as soon as he'd come in, the trolls would follow.
Yeah.
So we blamed him for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Renee's garden. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that's another one. I mean, I'll grow them out too, and then I share all my seeds. I don't sell seeds, so anytime I harvest and I get extra seeds, I'll tell you, I went through 2 packs of stamps already this year, plus a couple boxes I've shipped out. Shipping's costing, but everybody's getting seeds, so that's a good thing.
Now, if
okay, a little bit of everything.
It's Todd's TODDSSEEDS.com. If they have the seeds you're looking for, you can't beat the price on them. He does sell in bulk, and that's where the lettuce seeds I'll send you, that's where they're coming from. It's Todd's Seeds. I don't have any type of affiliation with them or not. I just like to sell it to share it, because if you're looking for bulk seeds and if he has the variety, you can't beat him. I think I bought all the lettuce seed I sent Jeff. I bought it by the pound, and the pound of lettuce seed ended up being like between $8 and $11 a pound for the varieties he had. Yeah. The beans are crazy cheap. He's short on tomatoes right now. I was looking at it earlier. He's short on tomatoes.
Yeah, it is fun sharing seeds. I mean, and the way I look at it is, I mean, I try to keep enough to grow for the next season. And if I have a bunch of extras, like those apple crisps, I still have, a baggie that has about that much in the bottom of the baggie still. I can't use all those seeds, so I might as well give them to people, let them grow them, let them try new peppers, and then
Are
maybe
y'all?
could share them.
I'm sorry, Jeff. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, and send them out and let them grow them, and maybe they could share them as well.
Miss Janine, are y'all looking to grow okra over there also?
Okay, good. Yeah, the Tangerine Dream seeds that I sent you, I don't remember if I sent you 2 packs or just the one. The one of them were the ones that were frozen. That the germination, I only got 2 out of the 6 seeds that I planted, but the germination was really low on those. But I sent you, I believe, another pack with fresh Tangerine Dream, and the apple crisps were all good. They hadn't been frozen. Jeannie will be back in a second. She had to go find something. Todd seeds. How do you spell Todd seeds?
I'm looking it up right now. Give me a second. I want to make sure I'm giving it to him right. It's 2 Ds, TODDS. I just put it in the comments. It should come up shortly. I went on the other feed and put it in the comments. It's when you get there initially, it'll let you spin the wheel to get a percentage off. You can get a percentage off of that. He has a bunch of stuff in clearance. Or he normally does. Like I said, I went today to look at the tomatoes he had, and he only had 2 varieties of tomatoes. So I'm not sure, how much of everything else he has going on. It's all in bulk that he sells stuff. I think the smallest you can buy, like bean seeds, is in a half pound. Some of the microgreens, if you want to buy microgreen seeds, I think you can purchase them in quarter pounds. But it's all large, packs. If you get the stuff out of clearance, I think you get an extra either 5 or 15% off if it's in the clearance. You put your email, and on your first purchase, you get to spin the wheel, and it gives you it always comes up like 15% or 10, but you get to spin the wheel for a reduction of the price. And the shipping's always been great. I've never had issues with them. Like I said, if they have the seeds you're looking for, Market More cucumbers were $12 for a pound of seeds. I bought the Market More cucumbers, and I used what I wanted. I gave away probably half a pound, and we used them for 3 or 4 years.
Yeah. I put the link in there.
I had added it too. I thought I did.
I didn't see yours come up, so I added it.
I typed it's showing in the other one.
Oh, you know what? I have it on top chat. That's why.
Well, I'm not in the top chat, me.
Nope, you're not in the top chat. You're very welcome for those seeds. Yeah, the frozen ones. If you want to try those, I would just try planting them all out, and maybe you'll get a couple to sprout. But the fresh ones should be good.
Yep. Yeah. Whenever you save your seeds, you save the biggest and the prettiest plants every time and continue growing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Todd Seeds is a great place. If you want to stock up on the seeds, you can't beat the price. Really
they have a lot. They don't have a lot of rare varieties though. There, right? They have normally standard stuff.
It's mostly standard, and it's mostly heirloom. Like the cabbages or the broccoli and stuff they have is normally smaller headed heirloom varieties, stuff like that. But it's all stuff that, it's hard to beat the price. If you're looking to stock up on certain things and they have it, you can stock up on it easy. The beans, they have good variety of beans, or they had last time I looked. They have a good variety of tomato, or they had a good variety of tomatoes, the cucumbers and stuff like that. They have some decent variety, but you can't beat the price. Like I bought most of the seeds because it's like, the end of the world's coming. Let's buy seeds. So I jumped in on that.
Right. Yeah, I get a lot of stuff. I think M.I. Gardner actually raised their price.
They did, but they do free shipping now. It's $2 a package, but free shipping for the package, if I remember correctly.
Okay. But yeah, I usually get stuff from M.I. Gardner, and I'll get it from Baker Creek, and every once in a while I'll get it from oh, what's that other place?
Morgan County Seed.
No, um, they do a lot of the microgreens.
Dude, honestly, Todd Seeds would be hard to beat on the microgreens. I still need to send you that microgreen package I wanted from them for Christmas.
Mountain Valley Seed.
Say again?
Mountain Valley Seed. Yeah, I got these. These are sunflower sprouting seeds. These are for microgreens. I got to do these. I bought these like last year, and I haven't done them yet. I grew some of them out, but I haven't done microgreens yet.
Oh, when I ordered my my tomahawks at that new case, I ordered some Green Magic broccoli, and I have 2 other varieties because you can't find Pac-Man varieties anymore.
No,
I'm selling it. They said they're not gonna have those seeds. But I did grow the Green Magic this year, which was it did really well. Not quite the Pac-Man, but it did really well. So I bought, I think it was 2,000 seeds of that. We're looking to plant about 2,000 head of broccoli. 200 head of broccoli this year, not 2,000.
I was going to say 2,000. Oh my God.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. 2,000 head of broccoli on a half acre.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to grow broccoli too, but it's like I said, right now I just don't have the room. There's so many more things I would really like to grow, but we just don't really have the room to grow it.
And that's my issue. You know, it's pretty much the same. You know, we went with tomatoes and cucumbers in the raised beds and tomatoes in the greenhouses. The greenhouses are going to be tomatoes no matter what we do, but we're probably going to like, instead of putting cucumbers, we're probably going to go with pole beans. We don't need 200 feet of cucumbers in the raised beds next year.
Right.
So we'll probably go with some type of pole beans and, you know, different type of vine and squash, maybe a butternut or something like that. Anything we can put on the trellises to make them grow.
Yeah. How do you do that? How do you do squash on the trellis? Don't they get too heavy?
Well, not like butternut and stuff. There's certain vining varieties. It's more of a vine, so they'll vine up, and it's just like cucumbers and stuff. And if you get a really big one that starts to grow, you can hang it with pantyhose, or we call it crawfish sacks. Take a crawfish sack, and it's an open mesh plastic, and you take it and you can hang it on the wires of the trellis.
Right.
I have some variety of okra. I can send y'all a pretty big box of it, or not box, a good sized mason jar. I can put some of those in it if you want to try. It's a short growing okra. It's the type of cowhorn variety. It would probably do well over there. They don't take a whole bunch of water. Really good tasting.
Bacon's good on everything.
Look, he must be looking at Todd Seeds, Red Silo Homestead, or they must be looking at it because the squash seeds, you can't beat the prices. You really can't. The shippings, you know, pretty much on par with most of the places. So
we're gonna call you Danny too. If he sees a pack of seeds, why not get 5 pounds? Why not get 5? Order those.
Yeah, if I can get 5 pounds for the price of 3 pounds, why don't I just buy it? Even though I'm never going to use all the 3 pounds, they're going to stay in the freezer.
Right.
They stay good for a long time in the freezer. I bought that new freezer for Christmas just for seeds, and it's almost full, but there's still a little bit of room.
Still a little bit of room.
Still a little bit of room.
Crazy, man. So Canadian Proud, you said you have boring stuff around there. So what's boring stuff mean? I know it's best for what grows there, but what kind of stuff is it? Yeah, they have a lot. They have really good prices for for big quantities.
Yeah, you can't beat it. You know, like I said, the broccoli and stuff they have, it's not going to be the Green Magic or the Pac-Man broccoli. It's more the heirloom varieties they have, you know, stuff like that. But with the beans and the squash and stuff, you know, the common stuff they have, you just can't beat the prices. Love you, baby.
Yeah, and those just like those. I sent Jeannie some lettuce seeds. So the packs of lettuce seeds that I sent you, I could have probably easily made about 100 of those packs with the seeds that he sent me, and that didn't even make a dent in what he has.
No,
That's how many seeds he has.
I'm going to send the same thing to her.
Make sure they're sealed up good.
Well, I got some different bags. Did you remove? Yeah, go back and remove her address, Jeff. Everybody should have had time to be able to take it. Just
We'll take it out.
yeah, just in case we hadn't been having any bad people, but
yeah. I got to do it. I think on YouTube.
yes. You could broccoli, bacon, cold salad. I like to take the broccoli. I heat up the cast iron skillet as almost as hot as it'll go. I put some fresh, not fresh. I put some Oland Lakes real butter in it with about a quarter tablespoon of garlic. Let the garlic just start turning brown. Then I throw the broccoli in it and cover it. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. I do the same thing with asparagus, fresh asparagus. I'll do the same thing, but I'll put a little bit more of the butter in it to help. And yeah, it's just you get a brown tinge on it. And
yeah.
Oh my. Oh.
I need to figure out somewhere to grow kohlrabi outside.
They really outside's not going to take up as much room as it did inside.
You don't think so?
No,
they're huge.
But it's because you're feeding them like that. They're eating the hydroponic solution. The ones I did out, it was more like a big beet. You know, the size of the leaves and everything was like a good sized beet. The way it
then that's a lot smaller. I mean, the leaves downstairs would cover my head.
Yeah, I watch your videos, Jeffro.
Oh, you do?
Sometimes.
Seeds.
I don't know what that means.
So I put the link up for Johnny Seeds, which is where Danny gets his in bulk.
No, Todd Seeds.
Todd Seeds. Yes, I'm sorry. True Leaf Market. I mentioned that for that's actually Mountain Valley Seeds, so it's True Leaf Market. That's where I got the microgreens that I got. But Todd Seeds is where Danny got those.
Johnny Seeds also has some pretty good prices on, you know, some of the things that you can't get at Todd Seeds. But the main thing to do is look around, because some places will have, like the Dasher 2s, some places was still selling 50 Dasher 2 seeds for, 1,000 Dasher 2 seeds for $50. You look around, compare the shipping and everything. It's
Moringa. Is Moringa gonna actually? Whoops! I flipped this around.
What?
I didn't even know I could do that.
I didn't know either.
I was trying to highlight Moringa when I grabbed it. I moved it over.
I was so confused, Jeff. You had me confused.
I don't know if Moringa is going to grow up in Canada, is it? I didn't even think I could grow Moringa here.
I'm not sure.
That's pretty neat. I could just grab, like when you're in the StreamYard thing, I could just click on your face and drag you to the other side and moves it.
I would not be happy with that, Jeff.
It's learning. We're learning too.
It gets me confused. Yes.
It is. I actually did the first one, so I followed a little bit of Mike Van Doozy's idea, and I took some of those really cheap Rubbermaid containers, and I did his wicking, and I did a video on that one. I did what did I even grow now? Well, I've grown so much stuff I don't even remember what.
It was a mixture, wasn't it?
No, it was one microgreen. Oh my gosh, I can't even remember what it was. It was cabbage. I think it was a red cabbage or something like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, it tasted good.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I have an issue with microgreens because you cut them so early, you don't get the full fruit off of them. To me, it's kind of like wasting seeds. I know the health benefits and everything with it.
yeah, yeah. Kohlrabi does it. It does love the hydroponics. It's weird too because the two kohlrabis that I put in first, I don't know if I didn't push the seed down in far enough or whatever, but the root stem that comes out is probably that long. I mean, it's a good probably 4-inch root stem, and the other two, and the first one that I grew, the root stem, the bulb is like sitting right on top of the rock wool. You don't even see that root stem.
Right.
It's kind of weird, but they're doing really good. They do like the hydroponics.
Oh, crawfish.
It's Arizona lobster.
I'm not a big fan of lobster. I like crawfish.
Well, that's cool. I'm assuming that's stuff you got to bring in the house in the wintertime.
Or in a greenhouse.
Or in a greenhouse, yeah. Yeah, I want to do more microgreens. I mean, the taste is really good. I want to do the sunflower seeds because I really like sunflower seeds, but I can't eat the seeds anymore. So if I could have microgreens that taste like sunflower seeds, that would be really cool.
Do you think they'd taste like that?
I'm hoping.
I will tell you this. The food package they gave the kids for the school, that's where I got all them juice boxes from. The kids won't drink it. But it also came with sunflower butter. They use the sunflower seeds and make a butter. Oh, my. That is amazing.
You don't know how to make it, though. You got to figure out how to make it.
No, they give me a lot of it. They give me a lot.
Yeah, but that doesn't help everybody else that don't get that.
I'm sure it's just like you make peanut butter. You'd process it like you're making peanut butter. I will be looking into it. We didn't plant sunflowers this year. Next year, I've already been told the first thing going in the ground is sunflowers along the bayou like we normally do. So, we ended up with probably 25 pounds of sunflower seeds last year, the whole seeds and, not just the kernels.
Right.
But that could be really irritating, cleaning all those. You said your son's always growing something. It's amazing, when your kids get involved, your young kids, and they're excited about it. It's so much fun. It makes it, so much more gratifying. And my little dude loves it.
Yeah, that sunflower butter. It does sound good. Good.
Those seeds I sent you, Jeff, you can use them also for not so much the lettuce. Well, you can use the lettuce and everything too, but you can use some of those seeds I sent you for microgreens also.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't use the dill. That would probably mess up your taste buds.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Microgreens are just they're interesting because I don't know everything that you can do for microgreens. I mean, I'm sure not everything can be grown as a microgreen, but they just from what I tasted with that cabbage one, it tasted really good. It had a nice cabbage flavor, and like I said, the health benefits are supposed to be really good because they're supposed to be packed with nutrients.
Exactly. Oh, the next one.
There you go. Well, still, we don't want to post it all over everywhere. Yeah. Oh, yeah. A sip of butter. That'd be a lot. You get those mammoth ones, right? And they're just bigger seeds, and you don't have to do as many.
But
I still got to put the mammoth sunflowers in, too. I wanted to put those in. I just don't know where they're going yet.
I need to get off my butt. The last couple of hitches, I've been seeming to sit down and not getting a whole bunch done at the beginning of the hitch. Then it's go, 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 go.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I wish I could get more done.
well, I was working in the greenhouse and somebody's like, "Hey, let's do a live." Okay.
Got you too, Joe.
Well, my wife's trying to get rid of me. She bought me 2 of those
What are they?
soft serve ice cream.
What flavor?
Vanilla. What other flavors do they have?
Chocolate,
No,
strawberry,
no,
No.
chocolate peanut butter, cookie dough. There's a lot of flavor.
no, no, no such thing.
It cost you $8.
What you got? You?
No, $8 for that.
Oh my! $8 right here. Where's it at? $8.
Wow. Expensive ice cream.
Buying books.
Got in the Cheerios box. It's not the pests you have to worry about, it's the birds. They tore up my sunflowers last year. They left me like 20 seeds out of 4 sunflowers.
We didn't have any issues with the birds.
We had people with stuff.
Yeah, people were stopping and wanting to, know what we were going to do with them.
Oh, no.
Damn. Man, the weather's been crazy this year.
Yeah, well, it was weird last night. We got snow flurries, but there was no frost. There was no frost on the ground or nothing like that. Because I was worried because I planted my potatoes. I have actually a couple tomatoes outside that I'm thinking one was a volunteer, and I planted a seed in the ground probably close to a month ago just to see what it would do. So I went out there, and just after the snow melted and I could get to the dirt and work it, I planted a seed, and it actually sprouted. And then we got the 2 inches of snow, which flattened it right to the ground. And then it melted, and then it popped back up again. It's one of my cherry tomatoes that I want to grow this year. So I'm gonna see how it does. But yeah, I put it in the ground just as soon as the dirt was workable, and it's gone through a few frosts, and it looks like it's still okay.
Well, after that Arctic front passed, none of my tomatoes made it that was in the greenhouse.
Yeah, net them off to keep the birds and stuff away. Yeah, definitely. Yep. But yeah, I've never tried putting a seed in the ground that early for a tomato. I figured, you got a few extra seeds, just try one. So I put 2 in, and one of them popped up.
Seeds, beans. Well, we've been enjoying edamame lately. I have some seeds to grow that too, but
Edamame, what's that?
Soybean. They use it in you buy it at sushi restaurants. They have it. They steam it and put crushed salt on the top of it.
Yep.
I love it. You can buy it actually at the store now in a microwave bag. Microwave it. It's not as good, but it's still. It tastes well. It really does.
Yeah.
It's not ice cream. Don't get me wrong.
Nope, I bet not. So it's soy?
Soybean.
You eat soybeans?
Yeah. You've never eaten.
That's veganish, you know.
Do I look like I'm vegan?
Yep. You looks like you might be turning vegan if you're eating soy.
I'm not eating soy. I'm eating soybeans. It's the bean.
Yeah, everything that vegans eat are made out of soybeans.
Trying to be nice, Jeff.
I'm giving you a hard time because you were giving me a hard time for my almond milk.
Well,
that tastes just like vanilla ice cream.
You know how many almonds they got to milk to make a jug of almond milk?
don't matter to me. I don't have to milk them. They're more sustainable. It's better for you.
But the amount of pressure and hurt it puts on that poor almond to make almond milk. Have you ever seen that video?
No.
There's a video on YouTube. Somebody made fun of almond milk going around, and they were like milking the almonds and all kind of stuff.
Yeah. So do they taste like sunflower seeds? Because that's what I'm really hoping for, because I love sunflower seeds, but I just can't eat the seeds anymore. I can't eat peanuts, nuts, seeds, which I used to love all of that stuff. I was that type of person that would break open one of those big plastic bags of peanuts. We sit out by the fire, drink beer, and I'd eat like 2/3 of that bag of peanuts.
Exactly. I wish I could. The hardest part is finding the teat on the almond to milk it.
At least I don't have to find it, so I'm okay with that.
That's wrong. That's wrong, Jeff.
They don't mind it. The almonds like it. That's what they were grown up to do.
That's what they were grown up to do.
Yeah, I just want some nice weather, man. I am so ready for some warm weather.
It's not all it's cracked up to be.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
I'm a summer person. I do live in the wrong area. I know that. But it is what it is. And
you a summer person till you live in a summer area that has 8 months of summertime, then you'd be like, oh no. He said nope.
That's why I never complain in the summer. You know what? If it gets 90 with 80, 90% humidity, I'm fine with that because I do not like winter.
That's the fall over here.
It's not the fall.
That's the fall. It'll get to like 108 with 95% humidity. It feels like you're breathing air. There's so much humidity.
I might not want that, but I mean, I'd still probably take that over winter because I don't like the cold and the snow.
It's getting harder and harder, man. It really, I love it. Don't get me wrong.
I don't ski. I don't do any winter sports. There's no reason for me to have snow.
Right. But you enjoy you enjoy shoveling it out your driveway and everything that goes along with it. You enjoy all that.
Oh yeah, I enjoy it.
Covering the pool and, not being able to use the pool for 8 months out the year. And
the only good thing is I don't have to replenish the nitrogen in my soil every year.
Yeah. and you don't have the bug pressures that we have.
Right. Now that would be nice.
Oh, an ice cream tree. I like tomatoes, but I would get rid of the tomatoes for an ice cream tree.
All right. Thanks for stopping by. You have a great weekend. Rest of your weekend.
Y'all have a great evening too.
Yeah, an ice cream tree would be nice.
9 people. The only 2 other trees I would like to grow would be an ice cream tree and a money tree. Then I'd be happy.
Yeah. If you get the money tree going, you're set. You can get all the other trees you want.
I wouldn't even know.
Yeah. We actually have these little small birds that actually, and I didn't have big sunflowers. They would sit up on the sunflowers and just reach over and peck it all. I'd go outside and there'd be sunflowers all over the ground.
We've never had issues with the birds doing that.
Yep, that was the only thing that bothered my sunflower. Well, except for the one that I planted in my raised bed. Either the woodchuck or a squirrel or something went over there, ripped it right out of the ground and took it.
Took the whole thing, huh?
The whole thing. Plant was all gone. Wasn't even a root.
Hey, Mr. CB, how's it going, brother?
Hey, CB, how you doing? Good evening. Yeah, we look forward to shoveling. That's what never happens.
I'd go back to bed. I'd go 2 foot of snow. I'd go right back to bed.
Yeah, you can't do that every time we get 2 foot of snow. You lose your job. That was a good thing about this year. I didn't have to go to work. I work from home, so I didn't have to go outside and shovel or anything. Dan, permaculture, how you doing? Thanks for coming by.
How's it going, Mr. Dan? You're gonna have to
We're just
forgive me.
hanging out, chatting about
Eating a little
nothing.
ice cream.
Yeah, we've been chatting about random stuff, throwing in some gardening here and there, talking about ice cream,
Killing time.
killing
Seeds.
time.
Damn,
Oh, hot water tank blew.
you're like the third person in 3 days that has issues with a hot water heater.
Oh, you know what my hot water heater was?
What?
The thermostat has those built-in fuses. It popped the fuse. So we just had to reset the fuse, and now it's working.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was who was it last night on or a couple of nights ago? Somebody had another one that had a
Yeah. Yep. All right. Thanks for stopping by, Jeannie.
Yep.
Yeah. If you have extra seeds, I'll sure take some, and if not, then I'll go check out where you got them from.
I'm gonna send you some of them lettuce seeds also. I'll put some in the mail this week.
Yeah, and I'll look at what I have floating around too.
Damn. It blew out, Mississippi, or it quit working?
Yeah, that'd be bad if like it blew out and the water's running all over the house. Right to old school. 3 foot of snow to get us back and forth to work. Yeah, you know, you never skipped work just because of snow, that's for sure.
Damn. The bad thing around here, when it's hot at work, they'll tell you slow down. Oh my, water running all over. That's
not good. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. When it's hot, they tell you to take a break. You know, take a break, get hydrated, and everything. When it's cold, it's like work. Get it. You know, it's like it's just as bad when it's cold.
Oh yeah.
You know,
it's worse. It's worse when it's cold because you get so cold at some points, your hands stop working.
Yeah. And the issue is it doesn't happen enough, so most people don't buy the clothes they need. Yeah. You know, even the cold winter gear we can buy around here, it's not suited for that Arctic front they came through. You know, I broke out all my stuff I had from Ohio. I'm walking around out there almost sweating, and them other guys are freezing and I can't go outside. It's too cold. I can't do this. I can't do that. Yeah, well. The drywall taper. I'm not a fan of drywall.
No, me neither. I'm no good at it. I gotta replace some drywall in my kitchen ceiling. Luckily, I don't have to tape that though because it's stippled.
What's that?
It stipple?
Yeah.
Like like the texture.
Oh, I think that's like that popcorn or whatever.
Well, this isn't popcorn, but it's similar.
Yeah, I got that, and I want to take that off my roof, and that's a project I got, not off the roof, off the ceiling. That's horrible.
That's a mess.
I hate it. With the humidity, it makes spots in the ceiling with the air condition. When the air condition runs for long periods of time during the summertime, it'll get a little damp, and then it turns colors. Makes me mad. Then I had a little drone I had bought. I was playing with the drone in the house, and Colt comes in the living room. He's like, "Oh, Mama's gonna be mad at you for playing with that." So I went to put it down, and I did it the wrong way, and it went up all the way up into the ceiling. There was crap all over the floor. She was mad. Oh my!
And that's got to be tough working on stilts all day long.
Got calves that big around.
Right? Yeah, those things can't be light.
Clunk, clunk.
You're bouncing in 3 channels. Yeah, there's probably a bunch of lives going on.
Ouch. Oh my. Damn, Mr. CB.
That's not good. I think they're legal in New York. I think I know people that have use them. Maybe not where you are though. UFC lead farmer. Okay.
Damn.
Yeah, that's not good. Hopefully they get that all sorted out.
They put people on meds and stuff, and a lot of times it ends up causing more issues.
Yep. There's a ticket for them. Does that mean you can use them?
Damn.
Yeah, put you down for 2 days. That's rough.
And then the
Sorry
bad
to hear that.
you still got to pay for the medicine. They won't give you whatever you paid for the medicine, it's the wrong medicine, and you stuck with it. You can't
Yeah,
pay
right.
for the medicine. It almost killed me. That's a shame.
Yeah, you can't get your money back for the medicine, and they don't pay for what they did to you.
Exactly.
Used to whip them out the window, 300 a pair.
What?
He's a fine. Wow, that's a fine for that. Crazy.
Why would they give you a fine for stilts?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe people falling off, getting hurt. I don't know.
Well, we used to build some and walk around on them in the yard. That used to be the days, bro. Kids don't even know what that is nowadays.
Right? Just like the lawn jarts, the metal lawn jarts. You ever have those?
Yeah.
You can't buy them anymore.
Well, I mean, dude, they turned us loose. Me and my brother stayed home by ourselves from when we were like 9 years old. We were out in the middle of nowhere, and we had aunts and uncles that was, a quarter mile down the road or quarter mile through the pasture and stuff. We could see the house, but we'd stay home by ourselves. Lucky we still got all our arms and legs, and neither one of us is dead.
Right?
The lawn darts was to throw at each other. It wasn't to try and throw in the ring.
Right.
It just, oh my, the stuff they let us do, the stuff they didn't even know we were doing.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. Tax you for using that. That would be like giving you a ticket for using a ladder.
Right? Something that you need to do your job. You should just be able to do it.
I'm gonna go check on Colt. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, that's crazy. But I'm no good at drywall. I've had to do a little bit here and there patching, and that's about all I do is patch little holes and stuff. Anything bigger than that, I got to call somebody because it's not going to look flat. Yeah, what the kids do today, they don't do anything. They play on their phones and tablets and do nothing. So yeah, I got two 4x8 sheets of drywall in the garage. I got to put in the ceiling in the kitchen. I got to tear the old ones out first, but that's another job for another day. Got too many things going on. Hopefully the garden's coming first soon. Then we'll get to that other stuff. Yeah, we're trying to tidy up the house and might put it up for sale. Hopefully we'll get someplace that has a little bit more land, but if anybody wants to come up, I'll share that link again. Just hanging out. Yeah, it's a project. Another one on the list of things that needs to get done. We're trying to clean out the house. go through all sorts of stuff that we might not need. I mean, we've been in this house forever, so you know how things accumulate. Stick fingers in the wall, so snort Drano. I don't know if I've ever snorted Drano, but I sure have been shocked a bunch of times. Maybe that's my problem.
No, them kids put all them hoops in their noses too. Them half hoops, they fit perfect with a 9-volt battery.
A half hoop? What's that? What are you talking about?
Them nose rings.
Oh,
but it's like a horseshoe or a half hoop.
yeah.
They fit perfect with the 9-volt battery. They got kids sleeping, and they got videos all over YouTube and stuff. They walk up to them and wake them up with that.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put plugs and stuff in the walls, and I've been zapped a bunch of times. I don't do 220 stuff because I know I'll probably get zapped, so I only do 110. It just wakes you up.
Gets hot. It gets hot. I was doing some replacing all the receptacles in the bedroom about a year ago. Flipped all the switches off, the breakers, and I went and I put a light into each one of them to test to make sure, except for the one that was all the way on the other side of the room, a whole 6 feet away from where I was. I didn't go. I'm like, well, if all of these are out, then the other ones. I got to that one. I put my hand in it and I started unscrewing it. And when I touched it, it got hot. I mean, like, it didn't shock me. It just got hot.
That's weird.
It was still on. It comes from out. It's tied into the breaker for the bathroom on the other side of the wall. The house is old, so every time it's remodeled, they add new stuff in. So they just jumped across from the bathroom and put one right there.
Right.
The house was built in the 30s.
Never thought of the nose ring thing. Probably, yeah. Yeah, little zaps are okay. 220 zaps, I'm not into that.
Dude, I had to put we had a breaker that was out on one of the platforms, and we didn't have an electrician, and we had to remove the fuse, which is about this big, and I think it's 560. It's a lot.
Where's your T-ball shirt? You need it washed?
It's in the thing. So I had to do. You talk about scared because you have no room. Everything in there, no gloves. Oh wow! I'd have had to call Pop.
All right, I'd have had to call somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could take stuff apart and put it back together the same way it came apart. But if it's not the same, I'm not exactly sure 100% how things go like that.
I do a lot offshore with the nav aids and stuff and the solar panels. I'm not certified to do it, but I know how to check the batteries and different things. And it puts me in a bad situation a lot because, well, you could do it. No, I don't. They sent me out to change a nav aid light one time. I get over there, it's like, oh, it's the exact same. Well, I disconnect the one I had, just thinking I'm gonna plug it back in, and the new one has like 9 terminals to be able to put the stuff on. It's all labeled with some little crinkly lines and stuff. I had no idea, so I just sat there and it's 12 volts. I just kept putting it till it started blinking.
Right.
Wow, I was nervous. I thought I burned it at one time, and
yeah, it looks. I've seen a lot of new stuff now that has red, black, and white.
Right.
I don't know. Anyway, the red goes to white. Yeah, I don't do too much major electric work. I'm not an electrician. I know electricians, so.
I'll change receptacles and I'll change breakers and light switches, and I'll even hook them up in the greenhouse. I hooked up all my lights. I hooked up all the switches. I'm going to run them into the breaker panel, but I'm not going to run the breaker panel to the main feed. Pop's either going to do that or I'm going to get an electrician to do that.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's not hard. It's not difficult at all to do it. I just I have a point where I stop, and at the breaker box is where I stop.
Yep. Oh, me too. I mean, I put a new line. I put new lights in the bedroom. I ran a new wire, ran it up through the ceiling, around
Yeah.
and down, and hooked it up. And but when it comes to the electric box, yeah, I don't like really going in there.
Well, I do a lot of plumbing.
Yeah.
I'm too cheap to pay for a plumber.
Yeah, they're expensive, but I guess they know what they're doing.
Was that the
Electric, all electric and plumbing. I mean, the problem with electricians is they need to know all that code, right? You don't necessarily up to date on all the code, so if you don't do it right, you could get a whatever, if you get inspected or whatever.
It's only you only need it coded as if you get it inspected.
Well, yeah, but like electric work for the house, and I'm going to go sell the house, they're probably going to want to inspect it.
I got you.
Yeah, that's about what I do too, Dan. Ceiling fans, I'll change receptacles, basic plumbing. That's about it.
They wanted to charge my neighbor $125 to replace a light switch, and he had to buy the light switch.
Yeah.
Like, dude, let's go
Oh,
do it. It's not hard.
Yep. And here with our electric company, like I have to replace my, well, they say I need to replace my meter box on the outside. So I have to get an electrician to do it
Right.
because they won't turn the power off for me to do it myself. Right. So, and that's in my county that I'm in now. Now my cottage, I had to have electrical work done. I had to run the line. I got the meter box. I had to run the line from the meter box and connect it to the wires at the top
On the
to get the
pole?
power on the pole. They turn the power off and they say, okay, let us know when you're done. Get it, call the inspector because you have to have inspected once it's done. But they let me do it all. I was up on that 30-foot post connecting it to the main line.
Oh, hell no.
Well, it was off.
It don't matter. It don't matter.
So yeah, I was up there. I connected it all up, and they won't even let me change my box here.
No, you're changing your meter box or your breaker box in your house?
The meter box
Meter
outside.
Okay.
Yeah, because you got to have them cut the power for that.
Right. There ain't no way I'd have done that. Get up 30 feet on a pole? No way.
Oh, and you would have loved it too, right? Because it was not a pole ladder, right? The pole ladder's kind of got a curved rung at the top that you put up against the pole so it doesn't rock.
Right.
I didn't have that.
Straight.
I had a straight ladder, and it was 15-mile-an-hour winds the day I was doing it. Oh yeah, it was real fun.
Nope.
I mean, I asked an electrician. I had an electrician that's a friend. He just he told me what I needed to do
Right.
and what I needed to get to hook it up. So then I went and hooked it up. He hooked everything into the box and all that kind of stuff to make sure that was all right. But he said, "Yeah, just connect these wires up there." And I'm like, "Okay, I'm not going to pay somebody I don't know how many hundreds of dollars to go up there and do that when it's just a nut and a bolt that you're connecting it with."
You don't have to tape it or nothing?
Nope.
Nope.
No, it's all wide open up on the line. It's all wide open.
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, I could do that, but they won't let me change my box here.
Different rules, man. Different rules.
Yep. So I got to find an electrician, and a buddy of mine is a commercial electrician. They won't let him come and do it because he's not residential.
He doesn't have the right certifications.
Right. Even though he knows how to do it.
Right.
Yeah. So they won't let him do it either. Crazy.
That's like people that, complain about my greenhouse in the front yard, and then all of a sudden I need 150 mile an hour wind rating on it and all kind of stuff. It's
Yeah, it's good to have friends for sure. Especially if they owe you favors. Those are the best kind.
Call them on FaceTime and let them walk. Exactly.
There you go.
That's nice when you can do that.
Yep. Definitely.
See, I learned the wiring when I was in high school. The lady that tutored me 5 days a week, I had to work at. She owned an old house from it was built like in the early teens, so she was remodeling it. She had inherited it, so I'd go over there work every Saturday and Sunday, and that's how I paid for my tutoring during the week. And we basically gutted the whole house. I think there was one box, receptacle box in each room. So we took all that out. We had to put a new breaker box in and stuff. And, it worked well. I was able to learn a lot actually. And then as I got older, helping Pop with different jobs and stuff like that.
Yeah, hands-on is the best learning to me.
Yeah. I've never been one just to sit home and watch TV. When I didn't have my kids, I couldn't stay home because if I was staying home, I was getting drunk. My older kids. So every time Pop had a job, I'd go with him.
Yeah.
Learned a lot of stuff like that, a lot of welding and.
Yeah, it's nice to know all that stuff, at least the basic know-how.
Mm-hmm. I hope Colt wants to learn it all too, especially the welding and the cutting and stuff like that. He's already interested in the woodworking, but I mean, I'm not a certified welder, but there's a lot of any type of structure, anything I build around here, I have no issues. I know it's going to hold.
Right. Yeah, that's a good field to be in too.
Oh,
they make decent money.
That's some work.
Well,
and it's hot. It might be better up there because it's not as hot over here. I mean, it's stinking hot. It's ridiculous.
Or you get to be one of those dive welders that makes so much money, and you got to do one job a year and you're set.
They got to do a lot more than that around here, and it's some nasty jobs they do.
Oh
yeah. I mean, the water's not clear and nice. We got murky water. It's a pretty nasty stuff.
Yeah.
It's not something I want to do.
No. It all depends on the pay, I guess, and if you know how to do it, you decide if you want to get the money or not.
Yeah.
Just like they go down and they weld those nuclear tanks or whatever they are that you can only do like 2 or 3 of them in your lifetime, and you make like a massive amount of money to go down there and do it. Crazy.
I could hear somebody talking and I didn't know what it was. I never heard of them doing that, but that's got to be a lot of money.
Oh, it's a ton of money. I mean, like I said, they can only. I don't remember what it is. It's like when they have to weld a certain type of tank that had something in it, and I mean you're only allowed to do like so many of them in your lifetime. Wow. And you make a ton of money doing it.
I bet. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's a specialized welding process that has to be done. So there's only so many welders that can do it. Yeah. Then you figure into the fact that it's you have to be able to pass a screening, a background check to be able to do it. They're not just going to let any, drunk welder off the boats in, Louisiana go up there and do it.
Right.
So yeah, I'm sure it's a pretty small field. So I'm sure the amount of money for the people that do it is outrageous.
Oh yeah. You still eat that ice cream?
I just started the second one.
It's not melted yet?
Oh yeah, it's perfect.
Have you ever had really fresh ice cream?
What you mean?
Like when you go to the place that actually makes the ice cream before it's ever frozen?
We make homemade ice cream over here.
Well, yeah, but I mean like at a real place that makes ice cream for a living?
Well, I mean, you know what I mean? I'm pretty happy with the homemade ice cream we make. Why wouldn't that be the same thing?
No, it's not the same.
No, I've never done it.
I have. It is good. My brother-in-law used to drive a truck and he used to deliver ice cream. Yeah. So he would stop at places and pick up the ice cream that he needed to take. one summer when I was off school, I went with him, and I got to go into the place, and they were showing me how they make the ice cream, and you taste the ice cream before it's ever been frozen or anything. Oh my God, that was so different than anything that you buy after it's frozen. It was crazy, the difference in taste.
I like soft serve.
Well, yeah, so do I.
Yeah. That's the people that do stuff like that with sheetrock's amazing.
Yeah.
I could barely put the stuff on the wall and make it look like one sheet.
I can do holes. That's like that. I can do holes. That's it. Yeah, homemade ice cream.
We used to have a good recipe that I had. It wasn't overly sweet. Tasted really good. But I haven't been able to find it. You make a custard, basically, with eggs and milk and sugar. And then you take the custard and you'd add a couple other things. After you cook the custard to a certain point, you let it cool down to room temperature. Then you put it in your ice cream machine.
I've never made homemade ice cream.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Send me some. Put in a baggie.
It may be spoiled. It may be spoiled.
What kind of ice cream maker you got?
Who, me?
Yeah.
It's just one of them little cheap ones with the plastic outside. You put the ice in it.
Yeah.
Yo, and then it stops when the ice cream's right. He said the taters are going to grow fine.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I didn't even realize they were, like I said, determinate to make potatoes until I watched a different video from John at Will It Grow, and it's like, well, I guess that makes sense since they're in the same family as tomatoes. But so yeah, I'm hoping they do fine. It's my first time, so
as long as you get more snow,
right? If I get anything out of them, I'll be happy. And I like small ones, the small red potatoes.
Mm-hmm.
So if they come out and I harvest them and they're little tiny ones, that's okay too.
That's gonna be good, Mr. Brad.
I put some in my eggs today.
How did they taste?
It was good.
It was good.
Yeah, I've never made ice cream either. The old hand crank.
We had one when my great grandmother had one when I was a kid, the hand crank. And we'd sit there when she'd cook on Sundays, and all the grandkids would take turns. They'd take turns cranking. And boy, it was exciting when it would finally stop.
That's when it's done.
I picked up an old paddle mixer with the when I was in Ohio, but the middle tub part was bad. I got a whole bunch of stuff. I have no place to put it out. When I was working in Ohio, I'd go to all them old yard sales and stuff and find that stuff. Yep, rock salt.
Oh, I'm sure it was good.
When you put the work to make it, it makes it even better. Cold Stone Creamery. That's a pretty good stuff.
I've been to Cold Stone Creamery. That's really good.
Now, you saying that, I said I've never tasted original, ice cream before it's frozen. They had a place in Ohio that would actually make ice cream. He had an ice cream shop, but he made all his own ice cream. Not sure the process with it, but it was never frozen. It was always kept at 31 degrees.
Yeah, we have places that make they have the ice cream maker there, and they mix the stuff in there, and it's churning, and they put it out. But it was different when I had it at that place. It was like a big place, like whatever you call them, Borden's ice cream,
Mm-hmm.
or all that.
Bluebell.
Those kind. Yeah, a big place like that. When it was just different to me when it tasted and it came out. It was like totally different than what I've ever tasted before. So much flavor. Because I'm not a big vanilla person, but that vanilla was good. And that was the first time I've had like ice cream like that, and it was really good.
Well, he would actually put alcohol, different types of alcohol in his ice cream mix, and it was really popular. As much as 12% alcohol in it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he get trashed on it.
Wow. Need a
Wow.
liquor license for that.
He did.
Wow. Now that's just a shame right there.
Yeah. I don't know what I don't eat sweets a lot, but when I do eat them, I like them. Like the birthday cake, Colt's birthday cake. We had a big old birthday. I know. I've been enjoying that the last week. Nice little piece. But yeah, not to be able to eat, sweets anymore. Good. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be tough, man. I like my sweets too. Oh, I'm gonna let my dog out. Hold on a second.
Mississippi, y'all picked up any more cold weather, or since the video, or has things been has it leveled out? Been warmed up, just some rain? No, I had 2 cups. Well, I'm working on my second one, but I had 2 cups like that. I guess like a pint of ice cream.
Do you need toothpaste?
No.
Oh, the temperature dropped here. It's starting to rain. I still had flowers outside. The seeds that I put in yesterday, I'm actually trying to germinate them outside in the sun during the day. So I left those outside all night or all day long in the sun. So hopefully they'll germinate and they'll be ready to go instead of having to harden them off. Oh, Dan, it looks like I planted all 4 of them Romanesco squash. So far I got 1 popping up. The other 2 I just planted the other day, which is actually the ones that I just brought inside. So if nothing else, I'll at least get 1 of them, it looks like. So thanks for reminding me about those. I have so many seeds downstairs now. Like I said, I gotta pick and choose, and I got it because I don't write nothing down, so I got it in my head what I want to do, and then when I go to plant, I forget half of it. And then I look through my seeds, I'm like, oh man, I wanted that, and I wanted that, and I wanted that. Now I got no room. But yeah, I'm definitely going to grow some of those.
Check it out, Mississippi. Oh, where's the cameras? Let's see. Got me some new ink last night. Oh, got that one. Wrong way. Got that one. That was bruised. And then I got, where'd it go? That one on my shoulder. Got all 3 of those last night. My pop actually liked them.
Did
he? Yeah.
I don't have any birds.
The one that eats you.
The ones that eat my sunflowers.
Yeah. Yeah. Pop got here to drop Colt off. He's like, "Where's your tattoos? Let me see them." And I said, "Oh, I said right here." Oh, that's nice. Then I showed him the other 2. He's like, "Oh man, that hurt." Yeah. Yeah. It did this time. But yep. the guy said, next time I go in, about a month before I want to go do a tattoo, start wearing long sleeves all the time, because the tan skin makes it harder for him to put it.
Yeah, the one on my shoulder wasn't bad at all, or my arm, I mean, it wasn't bad at all.
It seems like the older I get, the more it hurts. But
well, you're not even as old as me when I got my first tattoo.
Have you lost your mind? Mississippi, wait till you see that tomato tattoo I'm getting on my calf. Just wait. The guy's like, "You really want to put your wife's name right there?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got no problem with it." What happens if something happens? I'm like, what you mean? Well, like she leaves. I said, oh, I'll just put the date underneath it if she leaves. Why you gonna put the date she leaves? That's the date she's gonna die. She's not leaving. She's stuck with me. He started laughing. Then he's like, you look serious. Maybe. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw him on Instagram today too.
Or
no, I saw him on Facebook today.
Facebook.
I didn't see the Instagram ones. I don't go on Instagram a whole lot.
Oh.
Running out of time for Instagram and Facebook and.
Got them everywhere. I haven't got one on my back. They're all on my arms. The one on my calf was the worst. Oh man, the guy got about halfway through. He's about 3.5 hours in, and he's like, "You want to take a break?" Nope. I said, "If we take a break, I'm done. I ain't gonna be able to finish it." That's how bad it hurt.
Yeah. Yeah, the arm was nothing. I thought it was going to hurt a lot more, but it didn't, which was good.
Dan, I was there from 12:30 to about 6, I think it was 5 or 6. And he did the 3 of them. He started about 1:15, probably about 5 hours for the 3 tattoos.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Canadian Proud Outdoors. I would hate to do it in the armpit, under the armpit, because where they were doing it on the inside of the bicep, it felt squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. It felt like they were taking them old time cigarette lighters in a car. It felt like that, and then just like rubbing it. And then he hit a certain spot on it. It felt like they were putting a cigarette out under my armpit. It's like, oh man.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good. Camera's moving.
Moving. It thinks I'm that ugly. It don't recognize me since I shaved. That's the issue. When I had a beard, it's got facial recognition or something.
Yeah, see, now you made me want to get another one.
Oh, no, don't blame that on me.
It's too late. I did.
Yeah, Sheena's already looking for some in her other arm. Nah, that should work better.
Anywhere you can pinch, that's how it will feel. Soft spot. Yeah, soft spots really hurt. That's what I heard. I mean, I haven't gotten any in the soft spot, but that's what I heard. Now, my wife's totally different. My wife can get a tattoo anywhere. She'll fall asleep. She has such a high tolerance for pain. So you probably never had one removed. You know, they do the laser removal.
Yeah.
She had that done on one of them on her chest, like right up here.
Right.
And they're like, okay, well, we'll start the one session, and we'll figure out when you want to come back for another one. And they started doing it, and she started falling asleep on the table. They're like, you know, that doesn't hurt. She's like, no. Why is it supposed to?
Crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. Cause that's what she's like. She's like, yeah, tattoos don't hurt. She's like, you hardly feel anything. So then when I got my tattoo, it's like, okay, well, I mean, it doesn't hurt. It's just more irritating. But it feels like you're getting little tiny cuts.
Well, they are.
Right. I said, so that's what it feels. I mean, but you can feel that, and it's irritating. It's not so much pain as much as it was irritating, but.
Oh, get it in the right spot. The upper part of your shoulder right there that's one of the better spots to get a tattoo.
On your shoulder or your arm?
The upper part by where you have yours.
Yeah,
it's one of the better ones. It's the least.
Right on the top. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. 4 hours on your back. Whew.
They had a girl in the tattoo parlor last night that was getting down her spine. Started up right at her neck and went all the way down to the top of her waistline. Almost had her butt crack.
Oof.
That all down the spine. That had to hurt.
Well, yeah, if they do it over bones, like on ribs and stuff like that, that's where it supposedly hurts a lot too.
They had a guy went in. He was doing an hourglass on his bicep, on his forearm, like I did the one for Cole.
Yeah.
And we sat down at the same time. Went outside. I was smoking a cigarette, and he's like, "Man, I'm about to give up." I'm like, "Why?" He's like, this thing hurts. It hurts. And I'm like, "Oh, I'm an old man." I said, "Look, that's what I got going on." Showed him that one. He's like, I said, "So you quitting?" He's like, "Man, I don't know. I might have to just come back another day." I said, "Dude, you a sissy." He went, sat down and got it finished. Can't let no old man call you a sissy.
There you go. Bones rattle. Feels funny and hurts. Yeah, I bet it does. I don't think I'd ever get one that on a bony place. They would probably, if I got more, I'd probably end up getting one on my other arm, or on the inner forearm, maybe like you got yours on the inner forearm there.
I don't think they can hit any bones except for in my elbows and my kneecaps. I'm a bit fleshy nowadays.
He said he had one coming in.
Yeah, he had one today was going in. He was doing a magnolia flower on a guy's kneecap.
Ow.
He said that is probably the most painful place you have.
Ouch. No thanks. I'll stick to my arms.
No, I'm gonna put that tomato on my calf, no doubt. And I'm gonna put
the Campari?
No, yeah, probably. No, probably not.
Why?
Because I like the picture I found. The guy actually said it's gonna take like 6 hours, 6 to 8 hours to do. And if I want to do color, it's gonna add another 4 or 5 hours to it.
Wow.
Because of the
mix. Sifting some soil. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. Both your tattoos are on your upper shoulders, like on your arm up here, or I was thinking about on the back of the shoulder blade, but I don't know.
I have them all over.
Oh, you want to get a sleeve later this year? Yeah, they look cool. I like the sleeves. I've seen a bunch of those.
I didn't want a sleeve per se. I have all the tattoos I have meanings. Different things, and I did. It's. I keep saying it's my last one, but there's always something. Sheena didn't know I was getting her name put on my arm. The kids knew that I was getting theirs. The tomatoes kind of just popped in my head. Somebody told me about that. So,
who told you about that?
You asshole.
No, I didn't. Not me.
But the tomato, it is cool, and I do like the ones I found on the internet, and I will put Grow That on it because I like that.
The initials, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, mine's a remembrance tattoo as well.
Yeah, Mr. CB, I heard that one before. He sent me a joke.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I feel. I mean, that's at least for me, anyways. It took me, like I said, it took me about 48 years to figure out what I actually wanted to put on my body forever, and the one I got was in remembrance of my parents, so it had meaning.
There was a lady. Oh yeah, we still on.
Yep. I might have to go get something to drink, but
get some suds. They had some young women in the tattoo parlor last night. I was sitting down watching one of the live streams with my headphones in, and she was hollering, "Sir, sir." Well, she started saying it, and then she's like, "Sir." So, I mean, when I had my phone, I could look at her, and she didn't notice she didn't know if I was looking at her or not. And about the last time I took my earphones, I'm like, "You talking to me?" She's like, "Yeah, sir. What did you get tonight?" I said, "First off, I'm not a sir. I'm not that old." But then I started showing her, and they ended up getting a couple little things on their wrist, her and her friend. And she's like, "I'm out making bad decisions." I'm like, "Man, why can't I be single tonight?" Like, you got all 3 of those today? Yes, ma'am, I sure did. Well, who's Sheena? My wife. Oh, okay. But she got a little tattoo on her wrist, and she's like, I don't know what I'm going to tell my mama. I'm just going to get drunk. I've made enough bad decisions. I'm going to go make another one. Then I'll just get home and get it taken care of.
Yeah, we just got to talking about tattoos. Danny showed his new ones that he just got. He got 3 of them. I have one that I've had for a few years.
Exactly. I carried the first one on my shoulder. I carried it around for about 2 years, year and a half, 2 years before I got it done. Then that's this one. Let's see if I can turn and get it right. It's got a snake, an eagle, and a skull.
Here, do this. There you go. Then you can show it. You can see it.
I don't know. It's hard to turn it.
Well, I can't turn it for you.
Yeah. There you go. I got that one first. I had it for a year. Then I got a clown on my leg. I carried that thing for about 5 years. And I finally got it. And then these 3 right here, I've been having them probably a year and a half, 2 years. And then this one, I had this one. I had been looking for it for something like this for close to 3 years. And I finally found it. And I carried it around for about 6 months. I wasn't really looking for, I knew I wanted the tattoo, but I was looking for the right person to do it with the shading and the detail and everything. So when I found the guy, the same guy did the other 3 tattoos yesterday. And he lied to me. Jeff, put me back. This don't feel right. I'm sorry. Yeah, he lied to me with the name under the arm. Where is it? Which way? This one right here. I told him I didn't want to do it. I was going to wait because it hurt so bad. And he's like, oh, I'm just going to do a little line. It's not going to hurt. I'm not going to make it thick like the one right here, Colt's name. I'm not going to make it thick like that. Well, once I laid down and he started, I couldn't see it. And it felt like he was burning it in with a wood burner. But when I looked at it, I'm glad he did it the way he did it. It looks nicer.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, it took me a while to find the person that I wanted to do mine too. I did a lot of looking on Instagram and on the web and just to see what kind of stuff they do because I wanted realism.
Right.
So yeah, it took probably a good month or 2 to find the person I wanted to do it.
Well, Sheena went in and did a couple tattoos with the guy. Somebody had recommended it to her. So she went in and did a couple smaller tattoos, and he did an amazing job. So we went in. He did a couple larger ones on her. We went for her birthday last year when I got the one on this arm, that pistol. So we went in there. We were there for almost 11 hours with that day.
Yeah.
I tried to book him for 12 hours yesterday, and he didn't. He had another appointment he had set up.
I'll throw the link in there again if anybody wants to join up and
Come visit.
Come visit.
Come visit. Laisse-les me voir ici. Ça fait quelque chose quand même.
What the hell? What'd you say?
I said, let me see what's going on. That thing over there, God damn it. It's cool. Colt doesn't know much French. Well, he doesn't know hardly any French, but I'll put the music on, and he likes the Zydeco music with the accordions and the and the fiddles and stuff. And he's starting to sing the French parts with it. He doesn't know that it's French. You know, he just sings the French. Yeah. Okay. Sheena said at school they're learning a little bit of it also. So, but he'll get out there and he starts singing it, and you know, I get all proud when he says it, and he's just like, "Why are you looking at me like that?"
One song he was singing, The DM in our.
Yeah, they got one. It's all in French.
But he was saying that. They were saying that.
Like a million needle pricks.
Yeah, I got that big one right here. That's my wife, Sheena. I got that. Got her name yesterday. She put mine. It's about like that.
Did it say Danny? I thought it said something else.
It probably does. I'm gonna say it says Danny because she let me do hers first. But a lot of people go on date nights and spend all kind of money going on date night and this and that. The little bit we go on a date night, we normally go to the tattoo place about once a year and spend about 8 hours, 10 hours there.
And sushi.
And,
hey, Tin Can Gardner, how you doing?
It's not a date night. That's just for us to go eat. She got Don. It's probably Donnie and not Danny she had put.
Right.
You wrote it. So
Did you say you wrote it?
No, the tattoo guy wrote it.
Oh.
It felt like they were doing it with a wood burner, honestly. 100% wood burner or them old plug-in style ashtrays. Cigarette lighters, I mean.
Yeah.
Tin Can Gardner starting to warm up over there, brother.
Starting? He's in Florida. You just mean is it starting to melt things there? Is that what you're trying to find out?
He's probably 3 weeks ahead of us in the growing season, but they don't get as cool as us in that area.
Right.
I had thought about putting her name on my chest to where it wouldn't be under my arm, but there was too many women in the place. I didn't want her to get mad.
right.
Take my shirt off and the women are just hanging out at the door and checking me out and everything.
Angel Lovegarden, how you doing?
Miss Angel? Ooh.
So you were afraid you were going to spark up some interest, huh?
Oh, no, I knew I was going to spark up interest. It just... Damn. Tin Can Gardner said he's watering 3 times a day right now. God.
That's crazy. It's raining now, so.
I went outside after lunch to go do the raised beds to work in them, and it started raining. Not after lunch, after my nap. Let me put it like that, after my nap, because we went in sushi for lunch. Unfortunately, I had to take a nap after.
Did you sleep in this morning?
5:45.
I was going to say, because we didn't get off the live until almost 12:30.
Well, it was 11:15, 11:30 over here.
Oh, yeah, there. Yeah, it's starting to rain here.
Mississippi, we have rain tomorrow, some nasty winds and stuff, but then we're supposed to be done for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, too much rain is not good. Got to have that really good draining soil for that.
That's why we went with all the compost. And I'm having issues, in the back with the raised beds. We're having issues with the soil structure right now, but it works better for the rainy season. The tomatoes aren't going to explode.
Yeah, it's been raining here quite a bit lately, which is actually good because our water levels are really low in our lakes right now.
And then I was reading, there's an article right now, Louisiana is actually in a water shortage. They said we're running out of water in Louisiana. It's like, man, it's hard to believe. The Mississippi passes through here. I still can't believe that they haven't set up a pipeline to be able to take the fresh water from the Mississippi and pump it across to the western part of the United States, or where they need fresh water. All that water comes down from the Mississippi.
Oh, I know. 66 here tomorrow, currently 41. Yeah, that's about what we got. Currently, right now, it's 43. Tomorrow is going to be about 62. They're calling for rain tonight and tomorrow again. So what are you going to do?
Damn. That's good, Mississippi. You got some flowers coming out. That's awesome. That is awesome.
All right, Canadian Proud. Thanks a lot. You have a good night.
That eggplant I got in my greenhouse is about a foot, about 2 feet, almost 2.5 feet tall.
Yeah. Huh. That's weird. Normally, mushrooms in your raised bed means everything is really good as far as the ecosystem in the soil and everything. Like I get a lot of little tiny mushrooms in my raised beds, but they haven't done anything to the plants. The Hoover Dam may have to be shut down soon. Lack of water.
Damn. But yeah,
That's crazy.
we're gonna be hot.
90.
We're gonna be hot next week. I was listening to the news this morning. We're actually still 73 degrees outside right now. It's 8:30. 73 degrees outside.
Yeah, see, we're going to be mid to upper 70s for the highs, and then Wednesday it's going to drop back to the low 50s, low to mid 50s.
Starting Monday, we're going to be in the mid 80s the whole week for the highs. And when the app says the mid 80s, it's usually like close to 90 in the afternoon. If it's sunny outside, the late afternoon, it's going to be hot.
Yeah, that's just crazy to think that you're going to close a whole dam because of drought. That's nuts.
Oh, well. I'm done with my ice cream finally.
Yeah, that's weird.
I'm sure it could happen.
Yeah. Well, apparently it can. It happened.
Don't be a dick.
I'll get my panel boards off tomorrow. Yeah, hopefully it stays, the weather stays then. My dog is so needy.
So needy.
Right?
Again, they could be pumping water out the Mississippi and sending it over there with no issues. It would help with erosion, and it would help with so many things. They could transport water and oil and all kind of. I'm sorry, they could transport oil and gas all over the country, but they can't push. They can't put water.
Yeah, I said that. Well, so in 2017 we had a major flooding here, and in 2019 the same thing. We had major flooding,
Right.
and I said the same thing. I'm like, they already have those pipelines. It's not like they need to get the approval to run a new pipeline anywhere. They already got it because they already have pipelines running. Put one in for water and start sending it to places that need the water. We had so much water, everything's flooding.
Yeah.
You would think we could do something with water.
You can push it. It's the Mississippi River puts out millions of gallons into the Gulf.
Well, and the same thing with the St. Lawrence and Lake Ontario. I mean, all of the Great Lakes flow down unimpeded into Lake Ontario. So when they're all overflowing, it's all pouring into Lake Ontario.
Right.
And then it goes up the St. Lawrence River, and then it was flooding us, and it was flooding Canada.
Damn.
So why you got to be able to just move water.
Exactly. Put them in the middle of I-10. You can move the water where you need it. Exactly.
Yeah. 2017 and 2019, it was basically everything was shut down. You couldn't do anything. I mean, we literally lost probably 40 feet of our yard. Was for those 2 years was covered in water.
Damn.
Yeah.
Shoo.
And this year we have no water. We can't even put a boat on our lift this year, right yet.
I don't water the plants.
Sheena said that's why she don't water the plants, Jethro.
Yep.
There's a water shortage.
Okay.
Jethro.
Yeah.
That's why.
You just don't worry about the shortage. You water them plants.
Try to save the planet.
Wickeshire Project. Welcome. How you doing?
Yeah, you're going to have to sleep on the sofa tonight.
Have a great evening, Mr. CB.
Yes. Thanks for stopping by, CB. Have a good night. Hope you feel better.
Cool. Green. Doing bad. What kind of truck is it? Post the link, Jeff. You can come up here and tell us about it.
All right, Brad. Thanks for stopping in. You stay safe, too.
Good chatting with you, Mr. Brad. Have a good weekend. Good evening. He said I'm too fat to get under the truck to check it. I have that same issue.
I was going to say, I don't know. I've seen you on camera. I don't think you're that fat.
No. I got him beat by quite a few. Yeah.
Man, we've been going 3 hours already.
Almost 3 hours and 15 minutes, Jeff.
I have 3:05.
I'm going to have to go take another break in a minute.
I was going to say, I might.
It's not going to be a check on Colt this time. I'm gonna need some tobacco.
Well, that's okay.
That 7-hour live the other day, I had one half of a cigarette when we did that 7-hour live.
Yeah. That's good. Keeps you healthy.
Dude, 300 pounds. I'm not healthy. I like bacon.
Oh, I hear you. I like bacon too.
Dude, what's the issue with bacon bits from New York turning red when you cook with them?
What are you talking about?
You're going to see it in my video, my breakfast video. They didn't have the normal type of bacon bits I get.
Yeah.
For my grits.
Yeah.
The only one they had on the shelf at the little store, they're made in New York. They turned red. Not like a little red, a lot of red.
I don't know.
This camera. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yep. So, gotta sit over here. All right.
I'm going to listen. I'm going to go get a drink. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's a GMC Sierra 1500 stock standard basic, blah, 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 automatic. So, wife comes up the hill. She's like, the transmission's gone. She goes, it won't shift out of drive. I'm like, oh, shit, my cable broke. We've been having problems trying to get it into park. It'll go into reverse, and it stops there with the light on. Right. You can shift it into park, which pops the solenoid, so you can actually turn the truck on and off. But in order to start the truck, it has to be in park. Well, if the shifter reads reverse, it doesn't start up. So you got to shift to neutral, and then you can start the truck up, put your foot on the brake. So I follow the cable from the column, right? I grab it, and I tell her shift. I can feel it moving inside the cable line. I can feel it every time she shifts. I can feel that vibration. I said, okay, the cable's moving there. So I pull out the plastic on the floorboard, and where it goes through where the seat is in front of the seat, I follow that down, and I tell her to shift it. And she shifted it. I can feel the cable moving inside the plastic rubber housing. I'm like, okay, great. So I go under the driver's side of the truck, and the cable's right underneath the rail, the foot rail. I don't know what you call it, foot rail, step rail.
Yeah.
So I go on and grab that, say shift it. I can feel it. She's moving it, you know. So then I go to the locking mechanism, because the cable's in two pieces. There's from the shifter down to that piece. It locks together, and then the cable slides through that back and forth. So great, that's moving. Get onto the passenger side, and I start to slide underneath the truck. I don't know if I'm dirty still. I got grass. Nah, she cleaned me good. I get under there. I get about halfway under the truck, and I get up to the part where my belly is, right? And I'm pulling, and I know the truck's in drive, and it's not running, and the emergency brake's on. So I was like, please, for the love of God, keep your friggin' foot on the brake, because if you let go, I don't have an insurance policy on me. You can't collect. So I fish around. I reach up. I grab the cable. I say, shift it, and I can feel it, and it's moving. So I'm like, shit, it's got to be where the transfer case is. There's that little bracket that moves, it moves back and forth from, neutral, reverse, park, back to neutral, drive, second gear, first gear. So I think it's rotted out or snapped and broken right there. And it's just because it's reading drive. If you shift it, it should move at least. And it's not. It's reading. You know what I mean? It's reading drive. I'm like,
it stays in drive all the time?
Right now it is. Definitely in drive all the time. And the only way to get around that is to lift I don't have the means to lift the truck up. And the tractors, I forget what the tractor PSI is. I think the tractor PSI is 1,200 pounds or 1,200 PSI.
Right.
It won't lift the truck up. Engine side, definitely not. It's a medium-sized tractor, which is lightweight.
Right.
No, it's not one of those big boys
to be climbing underneath it. But it should be on the driver's side. You should be able to see the where the linkage and stuff connect. What year is it? It's a newer model.
It's 2006.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know on the 90s models, the linkage and everything, you can actually look from the side of the truck and see. That's what I drive. My Chevy's all 90s models.
So I guess this would be, because this damn camera's reversed.
Right.
This would be heading towards the right. So I'm sitting in the driver's seat, and right below me on the driver's seat, the cable comes across. That's where the transmission is, right here.
Right.
The transmission's right in the middle of the truck, and then it goes up, and then it goes up and behind. So when I'm down here, I can see the cable go across and go up, and I can't see it because it's up on top of the transfer case.
Right.
Just my luck, right?
Well, it could be. I know, like the shift there's on the 90s models transmission, there's a piece that sticks out the side, and I've actually had the pin shear. The little thing would move, but the transmission wouldn't actually shift. So we had to go in there, and there's a little pin. You just knock the pin out, put a new one in it.
Put a new pin in. I can do all that. I just got to get underneath the truck.
Yeah.
I need to see if it's all connected right at that point. If she's shifting and all that shit's moving, then my transfer case is shit. I can't do that work. That's going to go to a shop and cost me thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
But if it's the cable, easy peasy lemon squeezer. Change the cable out.
Yeah.
I try to keep my trucks at about the $1,000 range when I buy them. That way, if something
so they're affordable to fix.
It's affordable to replace.
Right.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
But
I don't
drive in the lower Virginia, Tennessee, North Carolina area, in the tri-state area, for some reason, rusted trucks, everyone values them here. So you'll in Massachusetts, $1,000 truck down here goes for $3,000.
Right.
Like, why? It's got rust, everything's gone on it. The springs are coming up in the driver's seat every time you hit a bump. And they value these damn things.
My wife's ex-in-laws, they came visit, and I have an old Chevrolet, and he's like, "I'll buy that from you. How much you paid for that?" I said, $1,500. He's like, "Oh, there ain't no way." Oh, yeah. He said, "That's like a $4,500 truck over there where he's at." Now, there's no rust on it because we don't put the salt and stuff all over the road.
Right.
But, he's like, man. He's like,
we had that truck up in Massachusetts and Boston for one winter, and you can imagine the amount of salt they use.
Right.
When they salt the road, they make sure they put salt on top of the salt, and if there's not enough salt and you can see road, they go back and they resalt the road to put more salt on the salt. It hasn't even friggin' snowed out yet. So as soon as it snows and your truck gets wet, within about 3 months, anything unprotected is rusting, and any pits or dings in the paint job, forget about it. It just bubbles out, and I got down here and I said, "What the hell?" I said, "Oh, we were in Massachusetts in winter, huh?" Because the little pits and dings on my trucks I don't pay attention. I looked. I gave the truck a look over. I'm like, oh, it's starting to bubble out and eat away. And I mean, I could remove the paint. I could sand it down. I could put a neutralizer, spray it with a rust neutralizer. I could prime it and then get the little paint can and color it in, and then have that dumb little dot on there that doesn't perfectly match.
Yep.
Yeah. That's why I buy old trucks. If they get scratched or dinged, anything like that, I don't drive them far. You know, I drive to work. It's like 21 miles to work. You know,
I would swap it out for any friggin' Subaru. I don't care what year it is. It's just got to be a 2004 and newer, because I know the EJ45 engine like the back of my hand. I used to have a WRX with a turbo on there. Again, It's automatic, but I knew every little millimeter of that Japanese engine. It's a simple build. It reminded me of a Ford Escort, little 4-cylinder.
Really?
So I was like, oh, these are easy. Pissed off, man. Oh, sorry. Mad.
No.
Mad. Sorry. That's the word. Mad. I'm mad. How am I doing? Yeah, mad.
Man, it's disgusting, man, when you got a vehicle that breaks like that. It's tough.
Yep.
I mean, again, it wasn't going into park. I didn't care. You know,
Right.
we just put the emergency brake on, park it flat. You know, it's good to go. Put it in neutral, start it up, drive, go do my business, come back. Now the suck is stuck in drive. Now it's a problem. Now the
It's a
truck
problem.
is a problem.
Yeah.
So I think I got to find a guy that's local to me between Jonesville and Pennington Gap that'll come down here, tow the vehicle, lift it up. People down here, frigate in the South are honest, right? They're like, oh, your cable snapped at the transfer case. It's going to cost you $180 to replace. It's going to be 120, whatever, $80 for the part and maybe $80 for labor. I'm like, that's it? You're not going to rip me off and tell me it's going to be a $3,000 job? That's what they do in Massachusetts. They keep it in the shop for 3 days. They're like, oh, we had to charge you $500 storage fee for the 3 days. It's $1,500. Jacked on to $1,500. They charge you to replace the cable, which is overpriced, and they hit you for $3,000.
They
You want to
charge
get robbed by?
keep your car there?
Listen, don't ever break down in Boston, and if you do, you're screwed. You're gonna be like, what? You're like it's just an $80 cable. Plus, you said it's your sign says $90 in labor. 80 plus 90 does not equal $3,000.
It's
Go
not
figure.
that bad here.
Exactly.
They're
Boston
overpriced.
will rip you off.
Yeah, they're overpriced
assume-
here, but not that bad.
Massachusetts assumes they can rob everybody legally, because if this guy doesn't pork you, the guy across the street and the guy in the next town, they all charge the same. They're all within $100 of each other.
And they all know each other's going to do it, so they keep it going.
Yep. They all rob each other because they know they can. Why? Because the
Yeah.
prices to live there are extremely high. So that's why we moved out.
Yeah.
We do have a backup vehicle. It's not it's not preferred. It's a 49cc moped. That's why I got it. That's why I have it. Because if I'm off grid and I get stuck, I'll jump on the moped and ride the road out and try to find somebody and something to help me. And especially if I got to go shop and get milk,
Yeah.
milking the chickens.
That's something I want to build me a bicycle with a 5-horsepower motor on it. That's something I've always wanted to do.
That's insanity. That's a mini bike on a bicycle. 5 horse, sure. That's a lot of power.
I know.
It's a lot
I
of
ain't got
power.
no sense. I want to put it on there. Don't get me wrong. I'll never get it up all the way because I'm too scared. But
I'm
it's
gonna
like
stop it.
I gotta go. I want to get the big the popo wheels. You know, the big dirt. You know, the
Fat
big
tire.
fat wheels. Yeah,
Fat tire bike. Yep.
yeah, fat tire bike. But
Fat
before
tire.
I do that, I have a golf cart that I want to take the electric motor off. I got a 13 horsepower Honda motor. I want to put on that golf cart. I got projects I want to do after I finish with my projects and the projects of the projects, and then I got honeydews.
They under $100. They sell bolt-on 2-stroke kits for bicycles.
Oh, I'm not putting a 2-stroke. That's too noisy.
And it was smoky. You know,
Oh yeah,
They
they had a
see it
guy
coming and
pass
they
in
see
front
it
of the
going.
house the other day. It's like 5 minutes before he got to the house, it sounded like he was doing 1,000 miles an hour. Dang! Pass in front of the house, dude. He could have had to go faster, just pedal it. He couldn't have been going no more than 4 or 5 miles an hour.
That's all you see is a big smoke screen. Well, that didn't work.
His wasn't smoking that bad, but it sounded like he was doing 1,000 miles an hour, man. Bing! It's like,
Yeah, because
it's
it
like,
might have a muffler on it, but that's just a tin can attached to a straight pipe. It ain't doing shit but making it louder.
man,
It
Right.
amplifies the bass.
it was horrible.
Yeah, you
So what
got
were you
too
guys
many
talking about
projects.
earlier? Sorry to interrupt with my problems.
We're just shooting the shit about everything, anything and everything.
Yeah,
Tell you what,
yeah, I gotta find a vehicle.
I'm gonna pause my spot right here and go smoke a cigarette while Billy's up with you, Jeff. I
Okay.
won't be long.
So Jeff, what are you growing? What's new? What's happening with the yard?
No, just put potatoes in today. The rest of the potatoes, I ended up doing 6 buckets instead of 2.
Oh, you're bucket gardening?
Yeah, I'm growing the potatoes in the buckets. I have the radishes in one of the raised beds and my garlic, but I can't plant anything yet until about maybe another week. Next weekend, I'm probably going to start putting stuff out.
So when did you put the garlic in? Recently?
No, last fall.
I was gonna say it's a fall planting to get a summer crop. Yeah. Is it a
Yeah, so
spring crop or a summer crop on garlic?
I think it's going to be beginning of summer. I'm thinking around June.
Same thing with carrots, right? If you want to collect seeds from carrots, you got to let them go through a dormant winter. That way they sprout up flowers and go to seed.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've
Yeah,
grown
that's how that
carrots,
works.
but never for seed.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
seed
Indiana
grown
backyard
carrots.
gardener. Yeah, yeah, I've
I,
never grown them for seed.
Hidden Height Farms. They know everything on carrots. I was watching their video on seed saving,
Oh
and he
yeah,
was talking about. He goes, the problem with growing carrots is the part of the vegetable is the root, and you want to eat that. And if you do that, you can't save carrot seeds because you've destroyed the plant. So he says
right.
when you grow carrots, grow an extra row,
Yeah,
and that's going to be your seed saving variety for the next year. It's a root vegetable. They got to winter over. I forgot another guy that Justin Rhodes likes. Forget his name. He was talking about his property, and I fell in love with the idea. It's mostly a no-till situation, and the way the
right.
guy's got 8 inches of wood chips, 8 inches
Yeah,
of wood chips.
that's a lot
Now
of wood chip.
he didn't do it yesterday. The guy's been gardening for 40 years, so you can just imagine his property. That stuff's broken down over eons.
Oh
Um,
yeah,
and then he top dresses it with his free wood chips because he's been there for so long. Everyone knows if I cut down a damn tree, this guy will take my wood chips. So they bring him
right.
tons. So he's always top dressing his place over.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, when I first moved here, it was nothing but crabgrass,
Oh yeah,
And then you look at his garden space. Only where he moves the wood chips and by hand, it doesn't compact because it's live soil. He can reach into that dirt, pull it back, put his plant in, and push the wood chips back up on it, and it grows like crazy. There's no
uh,
crabgrass whatsoever. All that
nice.
soil is like, all that soil has got that black, that black gold look to it. I'm like, wow, this is amazing.
Yeah.
See, I'm
Oh
I'm
yeah.
kind of hooked on the wood chip gardening, definitely.
Yeah. I don't wood chip. Well, at least I haven't here. I haven't really needed to. Most of the things I grow do just fine without it. So it's. I mean, I have the radishes are in the one bed. I was hoping they would grow a little bit quicker than they are because radish is supposed to be like a 30-35 day. They've been in there a good month at least now, and they're still tiny because I was going to harvest them and plant my carrots.
So I'm always wondering if it's weather related. I don't are radishes a warm or a cold weather crop?
Cold.
They're a cold weather crop.
Yep.
Does the heat stunt them and cause them to bolt?
I don't know. This is my first year growing them.
Well, we're gonna find out in the next month. That'll be 60 days or the next couple of weeks. So we'll see how they
Right.
do. Type of soil for radishes. Do they like wet soil? Like, do they like it should rain every 3 days, or is it one of those things that it'll take water once a week? It's a root
Um,
vegetable, so not that
it's a
often,
root
I guess.
vegetable. Yeah.
Yeah, it takes water whenever.
Yeah.
Um,
I was.
you know the
Yeah. She said, yeah, radishes will bolt.
oh, they will bolt. in extreme heat. But where you living now? What state you in?
New York.
It's nice and
So I
cold
mean,
up there. No, so we're not having problems with hot weather.
not
Not so
not right
much.
now. I
It's
mean,
like
the hottest months are going to be like July, August.
August. And I
So
lived in Massachusetts. I know.
yeah, so it has plenty of time to do what it's got to do. I just wish it was doing it faster so I could get my carrots in.
Um, what's your knowledge on the? Are they in buckets or are they in the bed?
The radishes are in the bed.
When was the last time you fed the bed though? You gave it some nutrients.
Um, yeah, I haven't done that yet this year because we just had snow. So,
You,
so it's got
you
nitrogen.
yeah, with the snow covering, sure. Again, Indiana
Actually,
back garden.
I fed it
If
hydroponic nutrients.
yeah, but if it rains out, it washes it right through. It's got to be quick.
Yeah, that's true.
Indiana back garden, you grow radishes. It seems like you know a little bit on this. Should he be feeding his radishes to get them to grow bigger after winter is done and it starts to warm up? Any info on that? Roots need phosphorus. There you go.
Yeah,
Maybe hit them with a dose of phosphorus.
yeah. I have. I was gonna look for. I know you don't want a lot of nitrogen, so I took. I
No,
took two different types of feed for the potatoes. Yeah, I took two types of feed for the potatoes and mixed them together because I didn't have anything that I thought was really good for. I was looking for like maybe a 5-10-10, which I didn't have, so I ended up doing like a 12-9. I gotta look in the video that I just did today. I have to do it, but yeah, nitrogen gives it foliage, which you want a little bit at the beginning, but yeah, you don't want to
Started.
continually do that. So I mixed it together for the potatoes, and I'm gonna probably do the same thing for the radishes, just to try to give them a boost, because I want them to grow and get out of there, so that I can start working on my cucumbers are going to go in there, and my carrots are going to go in there. So this is the first time I've done an early crop like that, hoping I can get it quick enough to get them in and out, and then get on with my spring stuff. The carrots I plant and just leave grow all summer.
Yeah, and you harvest them and late in the season
Yeah,
when it starts to get cool out.
yeah.
And you'll know they're healthy. I mean, the tops of them are 2 feet tall plus.
If they make
Uh,
it there, the pests chewed off all my tops last year, a bunch of them.
That wascally wabbit.
yeah,
Yeah.
bastards.
I know. Yeah, I
This
heard
is why
bone meal. That I might be
Right.
able to get locally, bone meal.
Walmart has it. Most of
Yeah, I
the
think Walmart has that. I might be able to get some of that.
is bone meal more of a calcium and blood meal is more of a.
I don't know. I've just
blood
heard
meal's
bone meal
more
was
of a
good for them.
nitrogen.
Oh, go ahead.
The blood meal is more of a nitrogen, I think.
Nitrogen. Okay.
Okay.
And I think the bone meal is more of a calcium based,
Right.
but it's bone, right?
Right.
Calcium bicarbonate.
I don't have the rabbit poo, but I can get the bone meal.
We got deer poo on the property. I wonder if it's the same. They're both herbivores, right? They're eating the same shit out there. So, poop.
Right.
Yeah, we got deer doo doo.
The bone meal is phosphorus. There you go. So that's why that's good for the blood is nitrogen. There you go. Powdered eggshells for tomatoes. Yeah, I do a calcium foliar spray on my tomatoes. Do that a couple times a year.
Yeah, when we mended the beds, I don't have a lot of chickens and roosters up there. There's less than a dozen, but it's 7 eggs a day. So you can imagine 7 eggs times 7 days in a week. That's
a lot of eggs. 49
It's
eggs.
a lot of eggs. But we've been collecting them since winter. So we've got like a 5-gallon pail half full. What do I do with all this eggshell mix? I can only put so much in the garden. I believe I can't just keep dumping and dumping and dumping. But we spread it around the property. It feeds half it back to the chickens.
I think you can feed them back to the chickens.
You can. It's really good for them.
Yeah, we put them back in the oven and let them bake for about 250 degrees for.
You're doing a lot of work. I wash them out, crush them up, feed them back. and they chew them up and they swallow them immediately.
I just like to put them in there so I don't get them sick. You know, if, we put them in there 250 degrees for an hour, so
You're trying to
10 minutes or so,
trying to
just
eliminate salmonella.
yeah. Just enough to bake it, and they powderize really easy. I just wanted to say I think we do it, but I wanted to say I think because I don't. Somebody goes and do it, and the chickens get sick. Well, I seen Danny said that you can do this, and
Right.
What we do, and only us, we do on our property, and just us, and we don't support this in any other way. We can take what you want away from it, is we do this. Not recommending you do. I always hear that. Yeah, all the discretion.
That was one of the first things I said in my potato video was, don't follow me if you're trying to grow your potatoes because I'm just learning. You can follow along and see if it works.
Disclaimer, I am not a professional. Do not take my advice as serious.
Exactly. If it works, then you can go back and look at it and do what I did. But
even if it works, do it at your own risk.
Right. I have no idea how to grow potatoes, so.
Yeah, that same guy I was talking about earlier that Justin Rhodes follows, that he sees as a guru. I believe he has a series called Back to Eden. I think you've heard about that on YouTube. Back to Eden. He's one of those guys, or he's the top guy that does that. He was talking about the animals, and he's like, and he was talking about gardening in the winter. And he's like, you ever notice that the animals are completely healthy and there's tons of food for them to eat in the winter, and that they're fine, they make it right through? Yeah, there's an abundance of food harvesting in winter. There is for animals. Not so much for people. We don't know how to do it. We see snow, we run in the house and say we're in trouble. He was talking about the health of animals. He's like, they don't have health insurance. They don't have all these thousands of diseases, and you don't see them on occasion. Things happen to animals, but the bulk of the populace is just healthy because they're eating natural live food. So he was talking about Americans. He's like, how many Americans eat from their garden daily and hunt and fish daily and eat what they gather, collect, and hunt daily? He goes, you notice that very few, but he goes, you'll notice those people have bodies like Atlas. They're just thin, low fat, content on them, and they're healthy and they're not really sick people. He goes, what the bulk of Americans are eating dead food. He goes, I'll give you an example, and this goes for all veggies and fruits and stuff. He goes, as soon as you cut it from the vine, you've got about 10 minutes before it starts to decay. It starts the process of death. And he goes, you're losing tons of vitamins and minerals immediately. So can you imagine dry, processed, ground up grain and dried fruits and veggies, and then putting 100% organic, good and healthy for you? What a damn rip-off lie on the package that is. If you know the basics of eating healthy food fresh, cut it, prep it, serve it. That's good for you. Your body knows what to do with it. The reason why people are fat is because he goes, your belly is full, but your body is starving. I said, well, how does that make sense? My belly's full. He said, because there's no nutrients in there. So you want to eat and eat and eat, and all you're eating is dead food constantly. This is what makes you fat. It's not McDonald's. Yeah, McDonald's is dead food. Everything they sell is dead, and there's no nutrients in it, no matter what they claim's in there. Sure, there's fat and calories, but that stuff is there. It's all the good stuff.
Right.
Anyways, my mind's just, I'm just off on a tangent here.
He says, are you talking about Paul?
Yeah, it's probably Paul. What's Paul's last name?
I don't know. He walks with a cane.
That's the guy. That's
there
him.
You go. That's him.
Wonderful guy.
It makes sense.
So he's a little bit of a space shot, though. It takes a space shot to recognize a space shot, and I'm definitely out there. So
space shot. I noticed a difference in my feeling just the last year without having a garden. Not because when I have tomatoes in the best I've felt in years was the 2 years I was growing the tomatoes in the greenhouse, even hydroponics. To have tomatoes available daily, and I guarantee you, I was eating a pound of tomatoes a day, fresh tomatoes.
So look at a tomato that's grown hydroponically or out in the garden, right? It's getting natural sunlight.
Yep.
Well, not the one in the hydroponic is you got a roof on there, right? You filter in the light that comes through, or no? You open the top up.
Well, it's got plastic over it.
It lets the light through.
It lets the light through. It's clear plastic. I don't use any lights in there. I'll put it like that.
I'm talking if you have a sheet of plastic that doesn't let the water through, but lets light through, it's covered, right? It's covered.
Yeah, it's covered.
Okay. I'm not gonna talk on that subject. Those tomatoes to me aren't in their full potential for health.
Right.
Let's talk about the garden variety, which I can bank on. They sit in full sunlight. Okay. The tomatoes don't burn up, they don't get blistery, they absorb. They have a natural resistance to sunlight. They can sit in full sun and absorb. So all the chemicals that they produce, all the vitamins, all that chemistry that's in a tomato skin that protects the fruit inside. When you eat a fresh tomato, you gain the benefits on your body. You become more cancer resistant. Yeah. You might burn a little bit and peel, but you become more cancer resistant. You just do. So you think about store-bought tomatoes that are made in factories that are covered, that are falsely grown under most horrible, horrendous conditions, right? And by the time it gets to you, they're mostly full of water. They're swelled up. They have no flavor, no taste. Tomato should be sweet, should be sour, should be tangy, should be a little salty, should be wet, mushy. Shouldn't be mealy. Mealy tomato makes you nervous. Where did that come from? A mealy, no flavored tomato. Whoa. So in other words, that's dead food, But the stuff you get from your garden that ripens on the vine, incredible for nutrition, extremely healthy for the skin and body.
Yep.
And yeah, Paul was talking about that. I picked up on that. So
I love it. Like I said, even out the greenhouse, I feel a lot better eating the tomatoes out the greenhouse than I do not eating them.
Yeah.
Yep. Is there anything else you grow on that property?
Right now, it's just tomatoes and cucumbers. We do have some butternut squash. We threw in a few, I call them baby cabbage because they're Brussels sprouts. It's the wrong time of the year supposed to grow them for us. But they had them at the place, a 6-pack for $2. So we threw 6 of them in. We have some watermelon and cantaloupe, but they're not doing well at all. I just ran out of time this year to be able to plant stuff.
Yeah, we did broccoli too. Broccoli and cabbage you did.
Yeah, but that's in a different. That's during the fall. We can't grow that over here right now.
Yeah, right. All your brassica is gonna bolt as soon as it gets hot out. Like it got warm here in the 70s, and all the wild brassica just went to flower. I was like, wow, that was quick.
we could plant the brassica like in January, but there's not enough light for it to grow. By the time the light, by the time we get enough daylight hours for it to be able to grow like it needs to, it warms up. I mean, we've already had probably 10 or 15 days where we were right at 90 degrees.
That's like trying to grow bananas in Alaska. You don't get the weather, you don't get the zone, you don't get the light, you just don't have it. You're not going to do
fall, it. We plant them out in the fall and they do good. We'll plant them out in late October and they do well. We get one picking off of them.
Yeah, lycopene's really good for you.
Jeff, you using soil or you're doing the hydroponic method?
Outside?
Yep.
Is all soil.
All soil. Inside? You have an inside, you go, obviously, right? You're a hydroponic guy.
Yeah, I do. Inside, normally I grow in the winter, and then in the summer I normally don't grow, but I'll be growing down there this summer. I'll be doing lettuce and probably kohlrabi down there this summer.
Does kohlrabi have a stage where it just really, after growing, it just starts to really bulb up?
I mean, it kind of bulbs as it goes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It bulbs as it goes. It'll actually get woody if you leave it on too long.
I was going to say, do you want to eat a young kohlrabi or an older kohlrabi? Most veggies and fruits, right? You take them when they're fairly neutral, young, so.
The last one I had was about the size, maybe a little bit bigger than a hardball. And it was pretty size. Good. Yeah.
Green or the red variety?
So the last one I had was green. I'm growing one purple one. I was supposed to have 2. I planted 2 seeds. One came up green and one came up purple. So
it's 1 seed per plant, right?
Yeah. 1 seed per bulb.
Per bulb.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a beet or a radish.
Cabbage.
No, I'm saying like when you plant it, when you plant like a beet or a radish, you get one bulb
Oh, right.
with the leaves off the top.
Yep. Yeah,
Not like
mine are about to be harvested soon.
Are you making videos
Yeah.
on all this stuff? You're recording
Yeah.
everything, right? Awesome, good. Because
Growing they are very. I'm growing them in a cracky right now, and I'm only using the Maxi Grow nutrients. So it's just the half a teaspoon into a gallon jug, stir it up, mix it, and pour it in, and they're growing great.
Tubs
I'm using 2-gallon buckets.
They got lids on them or no?
Yeah. Because I have them in net cups.
No,
you
no
aerate
No.
you aerate or no? No.
Nope. Not on those. Nope.
You're not worried about stagnant water, no oxygen?
It's cracky.
It's cracky, so no.
It works fine for that. The water's not really stagnant. It's stabilized and everything's ready to go.
How do you know when it's ready? I just harvest it, like I said, when it's about a little bit bigger than a hardball size. And that's what I did the first one, and it tasted really good. So that's kind of the way I'm just judging how big the bulb is when I harvest it. Then you can eat the leaves too. The leaves. So the kohlrabi is a cousin of the cabbage, and the leaves actually taste just like cabbage. You take the leaves right off the stem, and I threw them in when I cooked it. I mean, you only have to cook the leaves for 5-10 minutes just to wilt them down a little bit. And they taste great in there with it. It was really good.
How often is the water change in a cracky system?
It's not.
And
end of the grow. The idea of the cracky system is to
set it and forget it.
Set it and forget it. You're supposed to try to pick a container that's large enough to grow it out for its whole life cycle. Now, a 2-gallon is not enough to grow the kohlrabi. I've been adding a half a gallon of water every 3 days or so, just to keep the water level at a constant, because it creates their air roots, and you don't want to drown them. So you want to keep it at a constant level.
That was my next question. How deep is the water typically in a cracky system?
So it starts out full, and then as it drinks it down, you can decide at what point you want to start adding water to it and keep it at that level.
Keep the level. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's probably about 4 to 5 inches in the bottom of the 2-gallon bucket is where I'm trying to keep it right now.
How often do you add nutrients to the system?
Well, every time I fill with full strength nutrients. So it's a couple times a week.
That's your replacement. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. I like it.
And it's super easy.
Yeah. Definitely.
And my lettuce, when I grow my lettuce, I put it in, and as long as you have at least a gallon per head, you don't have to add water to it.
Do you grow leaf lettuce or head lettuce?
I like the head lettuce. Now, leaf lettuce, you'd probably have to add water because you can let that continue to grow. But the head lettuce, you just harvest it and you're done.
Done.
Yeah, then you're done. I harvest everything and I start over.
How do you feel about diseases with the cracky system versus your buckets with soil outside? Differences between live plants and water plants. What's the difference?
Oh, no disease whatsoever. No pests, no disease inside.
Yeah. You're not going to end up with salmonella or anything in cracky because it's not, you're putting water in it and you're not exposing it to anything else. Unless your water is contaminated with salmonella or any other type of disease, you're not going to get it. Like a lot of the fields where you get lettuce from, they have to, burn out the whole field and treat the ground for salmonella because some of the lettuce is coming up with salmonella. That's actually in the dirt that it's pulling up.
What causes that? What causes? I mean, I get reptiles. Reptiles, I understand. Chickens, snakes, turtles, salmonella. I get it. They carry it. What causes salmonella in a garden, though? What's going to...
Manure.
Bird manure.
Cow manure.
Bird manure.
Any kind of manure that they use to feed it is normally where you get the salmonella from.
Yep. With
That's good to know. I'm gonna keep that. My brain stored that in as a major red flag using manure on plants.
Yeah.
So you're talking like uncomposted manure that they say, the
if
compost
it's
may be
properly
done.
composted, you shouldn't have any issues with properly composted manure.
Right.
But
I
not
think
a big
it's
company.
I think it's I think it's the liquid manure that they spray is what causes most of those problems.
You think the salmonellas breeding inside those containers? Well,
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, because that I think that's basically what happens. Yeah, Indiana Backyard Gardener said it. There's no organic material in hydroponics, so there's really no disease.
Everything comes from the seed. That's the only
okay.
organic.
So would you say if I threw you out in the middle of the woods and gave you a chainsaw, right? You cleared your land, you made a raised bed, and you guys believe in hugelkultur or no?
Yeah.
I've never done it, but yeah, I believe it's a sound
You
technology or
you
technique.
because you got to fill your beds in, right? You don't want to break your back filling them. So you hugelkultur the bed with some of the worst material you can find, some of the stuff that's already starting to break down, right? Because a brand new hard green wood, if you cut that tree down, you're going to use that for lumber or firewood eventually.
Yeah.
We're just talking the trash and the junk that comes off the trees. So you build your hugelkultur bed, you scrape the topsoil around your property where you're going to put your house. All that topsoil goes into your raised bed because it's available, it's natural. Do you feel that using the leaves and the grass composted is going to be your best bet for a local compost, a good, healthy compost? There's no manure involved. It's just coming from the leaves and the grass breaking down. That's healthy, right? It's good.
Even putting the manure out in it when it's composted, you shouldn't have issues with it.
I'm saying we're not using any animal feces whatsoever.
Right. Yeah, you shouldn't have any issues. The stuff I'm growing with, the raised beds in my front yard, is 100% smashed down sugarcane pulp that's been composted.
Where'd that come from? A rum company?
No, it comes from the sugar mills. We have sugar mills around here. Sugarcane's a big process in Louisiana. And
you have sugarcane fields. That's messed up.
Yeah. The where I live is about 90% sugarcane, and the other 10%'s crawfish farms, rice and crawfish.
Yeah, Louisiana.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the tiger shrimp that is the invasive species?
I haven't seen them.
Tiger shrimp. They're supposed like regular shrimp, right? I don't know, whatever the inches are on them. They're less than a foot, right? And the tiger shrimp could be 15, 18, 24-inch tiger shrimp that are huge. And they devastate the lesser species of shrimps that are out there because they eat them.
Wow. I'm sure we eat them too, though.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, that's the kind of invasive species I want, an edible one that's much bigger. Well, there you go.
It could be like the snakehead fish that's, it's edible, but it's not good. There's an invasive snakehead fish that is.
Well, I know about them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're here too.
Yeah, they're all over.
Yeah, they're everywhere. That's like Florida's got the ball python, the red. Yeah, all the pythons. They're eating all the foxes. There's no more raccoons.
Yeah.
Alligator I'm not saying that I care about it, but the alligator population gets chewed on quite a bit by these big snakes.
Yeah.
God, this deer. What were those deer in Florida? Those little tiny deer, 3 foot tall.
Yeah, I know.
Like a marsh deer or something. Awesome.
Did you see that? Indiana Backyard Gardener says you can use strictly leaf compost called leaf mold.
Leaf mold. Yep.
But if I would go out in the middle of the forest and stuff like that, I'd love to bring a few pounds of hydroponic fertilizer and a few buckets, because you can't beat the process of getting the stuff that you're getting out of it for the amount of work it puts into it, for what you're going to get out of it. You can't really beat it.
Yeah, because my brain, when I hear hydroponics, I'm thinking PVC 4-inch piping with holes in the top, net cup, and what do you call the water when the water is filtering across the bottom gently, low level?
Deep
Nutrient film.
Yeah. Nutrient film. That's what I think of when I think of hydroponics. That you need a pump, so it goes into a basin, it pumps, and it just filters through.
Haven't you watched my videos?
No. I've done the nutrient film, and it works amazing. I actually have a plan for a small nutrient film in the house to grow lettuce. Um,
Now that
and
needs a pump, though. That does need
yeah,
a pump.
it needs a pump. I'm not a fan of cracky. I just for the amount of space it takes up with the amount of return you get on it. I just now if the grid's down and everything, I can grow cracky for years. I have enough fertilizer. I can grow lettuce and stuff. I can grow it for years. But if I have electricity and the option, my option is to do Dutch buckets or nutrient film technology. It just
Now, what's the Dutch bucket filled with? What's the medium in the middle?
you can use perlite or you can use different people use different things. Perlite's the more it's about the cheapest. Well, cost per bucket is probably the cheapest that you can use. As far as
what prevents the perlite from clogging the exit?
you put a 5-gallon paint strainer in it.
What's that made out of? What's a paint strainer? Plastic?
Yeah, probably plastic, some sort of plastic. It's a mesh. Some people use wind screens. From windows. They'll
I don't trust that. You know what chemical that is. You don't know what they're coated with.
Well, most of it's fiberglass. You know what I'm saying?
It's all right. Fiberglass is cool. That's all right to use. But I'm just saying, if it's a plastic type, and that does exist.
Yeah, I'm sure the one I have is plastic. Is the cheapest ones I can get. But the buckets are plastic. The PVC is plastic. It's in a 5-gallon. My water's in a trough, a big horse trough that I circulate it with.
Yeah. Have you seen Red Silo? They actually have it all set up with the tubes running.
Yeah, I think it's 4-inch PVC pipe.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with cracky is that it does take up a lot of room, right? So like I said, the idea is to have enough water to let it go through its thing. I mean, you can set it up and have it manually fill, or use a float valve to fill, but then you need a fill tub with nutrient solution to keep it at that height, but it still takes up a lot of room. With the nutrient film technology, you can get away with less space being taken up because you have the nutrients just flowing through, so it's getting everything it needs. That's kind of the biggest difference. I've done deep water culture, which is basically cracky with an air stone in it. Then you don't have to worry about the water level going down so much. You can fill it right back up, and the
Whenever you
plant
get
should
a
be
chance.
fine. Yeah, because you're putting enough air in the water, the plant should be fine. But it's all in the room you have and how you want to do it.
The nutrient film, you can run many more plants off of 27 gallons than 8 or 10 heads of lettuce.
Now, how come
Right.
you never use PVC piping, like in lengths, plant in rows, and keep those PVC pipings within a distance of, say, like 4 to 6 inches apart, and just do tons of rows, tons of plants?
In my old green at the property, I had set up. I was using the PVC downspouts to grow the lettuce. Similar, it comes in on one side, it goes to the other side. You just at an angle, and your hey, Stinky Puddle Ranch.
Mode.
It worked great. It really did. But I took it down when I left. I had actually set it up over here also, but for the amount of space it was taking up in the backyard to just be able to grow lettuce for about 3 months a year, 4 months a year, I took it down and I put it in the raised beds to where I can grow more tomatoes and have more use out of it throughout the year.
Nice.
So I actually outside I do have a PVC built hydroponic system. Not really aquaponics. I was going to raise fish because
Right.
I'm a fish keeper. I love having guppies and goldfish and whatever. I just love having fish. I think it's an awesome thing. But while I was doing that, I was like, shit. If I'm going to feed my fish and I have a filter, I'm just going to take the filter off. I'm going to stick some PVC pipes and grow me some lettuce, and just have the lettuce filter feed the water, and I can just keep my fish, let them breed like crazy, and then let the plants take care of it all.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Jandera was on last night after Lions Crest. Jeb did a little short live. Well,
She
I say
got
short.
greens
It was
with
over
her.
2 hours. She has an amazing setup. With the
That's cool.
aquaponics.
Yeah. She took us for a
Yeah, I
little
was all.
walk through and showed us. It was
Yeah.
crazy.
I don't know if it was inspirational, but I was all over her channel. It's like, I love you. I love your setup. Please show more, 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 more. And then she flooded out all these videos in a couple of weeks, and I was in my glory. I was like, yeah, because I wanted to see what she was doing. Like, you can say, oh, this is my garden. Oh, my phone's gonna die soon. This is my garden. This is what I'm growing. I'm like, no, 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 no. What's the system? What's in there? I need to see
Right.
more. So I was
Yeah.
asking her. I was like, please make more videos on the subject. And
Well,
I got my way.
She said she went in and she had a bunch of videos. I think she said it's 8 years, 10 years she's been doing it. And she
Yeah.
was doing videos and stuff. And she actually uploaded the videos. She's only been on YouTube for about 2 years, if I remember correctly. But she went back and put it all in a playlist, show how everything's done. Yeah,
Right.
Red Silos is indoors in a sunroom.
They want to do aquaponics with tilapia. That'd be cool to see.
Oh, yeah, but they're warm water. You can't. You said you're in New York. You're gonna have to grow them and harvest them before the cold weather hits, or else you're
No,
gonna
Red
spend a ton of money
Silo.
on the
Yeah,
heat.
Red Silo's going to do it, not me.
Oh, all right.
And
They're gonna do it indoors.
Red Silo? What state?
Oh, where's Red Silo?
They're in Kentucky.
Oh, is that? Yeah, I was going to say that's Kentucky, I think.
They're in
Yep.
Kentucky. Yeah, because they said that they moved to Kentucky and they hit that skunk.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, but Kentucky's not really that warm of a state. It's neutral. Like it has good weather.
You could be either or in Kentucky.
Well, they have a sunroom. They said that's temperature controlled. So if they put it in there, they're perfect.
Tilapia. That's
Yeah.
tilapia room. That's not a sunroom. That's a tilapia room. And you get on that and you grow your tilapia.
Right.
Or we're all going to get on you and be mad at you.
I like the perch more than the tilapia. They grow slow and you don't have as much issues with the feeding or the over nutrient, having too much in it.
You know what? A fantastic. If you're going to grow fish, right? And you can do it pretty much in any state except for Alaska. But catfish, right? The reason being is if it gets hot out and the water has low oxygen, they don't care. If the water gets cold, they slow down. So you feed them less. But that's good for you. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Catfish are one of those species of fish. They go through a tolerance, a really good trout. No, got to keep them highly oxygenated. Got to keep the water cold. Yeah, there's certain trout, like brown trout or whatever, that'll take like 58 degrees, but I mean, that'll take, 68 degrees, kind of getting warm. But, where I live in Virginia, the water out in the pond, that's 90 degrees when the sun's out. It would kill any trout we had.
Right. Yeah, Red Silo said they'll do an indoor anyways. They're in Kentucky, but it wouldn't matter because they would do it indoors. Yeah, if you got the room, that's nice. Set that right up and temperature controlled. I'd love to have a bigger space, like I said, for my grow space in the basement. I mean, I don't utilize my space that well that I have, but I don't really have enough lights either to get around to the whole spot anyway.
So if you were keeping trout, I'm talking really on a small scale, like just a dozen trout in a 300-gallon ICB tote, you'd have to get one of those college fridge, little college fridge, the tiniest one you can find.
Right.
You drill holes through one side and out the other side, and then you get your silicone hosing, platinum cured, peroxide cured, whatever they use. You want a medium high grade silicone hosing. You're going to spiral and curl that up in a tight ball, wrap it and spiral it, and then you're going to pack that into the freezer compartment. And then after you've done that, you can spiral the rest of that. Get like a 100-foot, spiral that in the refrigerator compartment. So you're using as much of the internals. You know what I mean? You got to ball wrap that stuff up and spin it. And then most of it, you want to try to get as much as possible around that freezer compartment unit and then run that out. So if you're indoors, you can keep trout indoors with that. And just use a small refrigerator plugged in, and keep the water cool.
They actually sell the small freezers like that now also. With the little front door on it, it's probably 26 inches tall, 28 inches wide and 20 inches deep.
And having a chiller is good. It is. I think it's much easier to cool water down. That's sitting on ground level. It's much easier to cool and keep water cold than it is to warm it up. It takes a lot of energy to really heat water up.
Lion Crest, what's going on, brother?
It's that guy.
It's that guy.
That guy.
Man,
yeah, you got to watch. Go ahead.
Go ahead, man.
I was just gonna say you got to watch the water temperature when you're doing that too, to make sure it's nice and they say like they got condensers and stuff. Even for the hydroponics, if you're doing that stuff outdoors, the water temperature could be an issue.
Yeah.
If it gets too hot. If it gets too warm, it locks up the nutrients, right? And the plants don't absorb it. If it's, it goes for soil temperature, water temperature.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. CB actually has a freezer that he freezes his fertilizer solution in, and he'll put it in before his last run to help cool off the root system and lower the water temperature for it.
Yep. I don't have that issue indoors.
No, pretty stable.
I'm going to have issues with that this year.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got enough freezers, you can freeze nutrients.
They're all full of stuff. Dude, I didn't tell you, while I was at work, the people we get the groceries from called offshore and asked if we wanted some chicken wings. And my boss hollers upstairs. He's like, we need some chicken wings? Oh, yeah, we can always use chicken wings.
Yes.
It's 50 cents a pound for chicken wings.
I told him
a pound. Yeah, it's cheap.
Wow.
Bring them in.
Yeah. So I said, can we go, does it just have to be over there, or can I call my wife to go pick some up? So he called the lady back. She's like, no, they got an outrageous amount. They ordered too much. We can go pick it up. So I sent her over there to pick up 30 pounds of it.
Wow.
Fill the freezer, right?
We filled half of one. We filled half of one. But I mean, that's how we buy. The stuff, if pork chops or something hits 89 cents, we'll go pick up, $40, $50 of pork chops. Put them in the freezer. Pork line, whatever it is.
I got another thing for people that want to raise pigs, and it goes without saying. So if you're a homesteader, or not a farmer, like big farm, if you're small or backyard and you're unrestricted or whatever, and you're allowed to have pigs, if you're allowed, always the rule of thumb is raise 2 pigs minimum. 2 pigs.
Right.
You're raising one for profit to sell, and when you do that, it pays for your meat for free. Well, you get both of them processed. So you sell one and you keep the other, and that's how you do it. You just break even, or even make money doing it somehow, because you're not paying. Because you're feeding the pig. So when you go to slaughter, you got 2 of them. Sell one off, keep the other. So just a tip for big keepers. They already know this. But anyone that didn't know that might want to do that, there you go.
Right. Yeah, I threw the link if anybody wants to come up and join.
Yeah,
my other 9 personalities are jealous. They all want to come up.
I got about a half hour more, Jeff.
All right.
Tired. Even with my nap. I played Pawpaw this afternoon and took a nap.
There we go. There he is. There's the man.
Hey, how's it going?
Fuck you.
Good. How you doing?
Your cup tonight, Q?
What was that, Cajun?
I said, what you got in your cup tonight?
Oh, I don't got nothing in the cup tonight. We hit up a meadery earlier, and I had a root beer mead, and we bar hopped a little bit. So before that, I had a few beers at another place. So I'm just kicking back now. I'm not gonna drink anymore now. I'm a lightweight, man. I got 2 days in a row. I'm good.
Man, I had one beer last night. I woke up with a hangover this morning. That's how lightweight I'm getting.
How are you feeling this morning when you got up?
Oh, I was feeling good. I wasn't feeling nothing bad. That Jamaican rum that I was drinking, I never feel anything bad off that. Usually what I've come to find, if I sip on something that's worth the sip, it doesn't really bother me that bad if I stay hydrated.
Gotcha.
What about from the pepper?
Oh, from the pepper? Okay, let me see. So
You use the bathroom for sure.
I did this morning, and I remember. I'm trying to keep this PC, but I remember this morning. It wasn't like unpleasant, but it wasn't as great as it normally is.
Yeah.
The morning glory was the morning Bori.
On Farmer Q's live last night, he was eating this purple. What's the purple pepper called? What was it? What was the species?
Red Silo. I'm going to use the popcorn maker on my 500 giveaway. I'm going to do. But what was the species you said?
No, what was it? What was
oh,
the
it's
genus?
Buena mulata pepper.
Okay, so this beautiful, beautiful, gorgeous purple pepper. He eats it, and immediately he tries to talk, and his pitch goes high. He's like, "This pepper is just wonderful."
Dude, my pitch like
Totally
naturally
knocked
went
the
high,
loop.
dude. I wasn't even like trying to do that. My pitch like straight up went high on me. I was like, "What's going on, man?"
That's
Good thing
funny.
you were trying to talk and your voice was popping.
He had a Mickey Mouse voice. He's like, I can't talk right now.
Vocal cords was twerking.
That was hot pepper. That'll teach you to eat 50,000 Scoville units. Yeah,
I didn't
learn
know.
well.
I didn't know. I thought it was like, dude. I didn't even do my own research on my own pepper that I grew, bro. I didn't even know it was a spicy pepper. I was like, oh yeah, I'll try it.
I did the Trinidad Scorpion. Mississippi sent me a couple of them.
I got some of those growing outside, the yellow Trinidad Scorpion peppers.
That's what he sent me. I wasn't a fan of the. I'm not a fan of heat. I don't like heat when I eat. I like seasoning. When we say spice, we want spices. We don't want it hot. We want it different spices for the flavor.
Spice, flavorful.
Flavorful, yeah. People mistake that Cajuns like a lot of heat, but apparently I like a lot more heat than I realized because I ate 2 Trinidad. I took the first one, I ate it, and I'm like, it's not that bad. I waited about 2 minutes. It never kicked in, so I went and got another one to see if it was bad, and I ate the other one. I didn't like the flavor at all of the pepper, but it really wasn't as hot as I was expecting.
Did it have a bite to it, like a stringency, plasticky, bitter bite, like a dead bite? No flavor, right?
Yeah, there wasn't much flavor to it, but I mean, I could feel a little heat to it, but nothing. I was prepared for a lot worse.
Was it dried or was it?
No, it was. He picked it, sent it to me. So it was picked maybe 2 days, 3 days. It came in the mail, and I did the video on it.
Did you chew on the seeds?
Well, I mean, I didn't. I chewed it enough to swallow it.
No, you weren't chewing the seeds. You got to release the heat when you chew the seeds.
No, it's. I wasn't gonna look like a baby and start crying. It's.
Those are my favorite YouTube videos.
Those peppers are still hot.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You don't chew the seeds.
Yeah, I chewed it. I didn't sit there and, like a cow and gnaw on it. Oh, that's
heroes.
Yeah, there's a pepper out there called Dragon's Breath.
Thank you.
I mentioned it on Q's. It's 2.48 million on the Scoville unit. Like I said, you eat that, you'll levitate and meet Jesus.
I heard. I wasn't watching it. I was driving back from the tattoo parlor last night when you said that.
Oh, did you get an upgrade? Bigger sleeve?
I didn't get a sleeve. I got my wife's name on my bicep. Got my son. It's a fist bump. Let's see. I'll get closer. It's 2 fists. My little boy's name, and then on up here, it says the daughter will hold your father's hand for a little while, but his heart forever. And my 3 daughters' names.
Oh, that's nice.
I like it.
I'm ready to go back. I'm getting tomatoes next time.
I'm too much of a baby for this is all virgin skin. I don't do that stuff. I just can't.
The one right here hurt. Oh my God. That one hurt, on the inside of the bicep. Shoo.
Yeah, I don't got no tats.
Like I said, I got one, and it took me 48 years to figure out what I wanted to get.
Yeah, he said that. Yeah.
We were leaving the place last night, 10 minutes to 9, 20 minutes to 9, or 9 o'clock, something like that, whenever we were leaving. And the place was packed. I mean, it was slap full. People in there getting, different types of earrings put in. They had 4 tattoo artists. All of them were working. They had people that were sitting there waiting. They were going to be there 2 or 3 hours waiting to get tattoos.
Goodness.
Hey, Swafford Homestead. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, I'm going to keep this EG. I just had a thought. Let that thought out my head. Say here.
It's big
It's after
business.
9.
It is after 9. It's 9:28.
That's it.
All right,
So
I'll let
just
that
keep
thought
it
out.
at rated R.
So you're in a tattoo parlor, right? You get like your neck or your back done. So there's two tables or chairs or whatever, and they kind of face each other a little bit, or they're in the same direction. So like your legs are that way, the other person's legs are facing the same way, except for the other person's getting like a vag tat, you're getting a back tat, and you're looking forward. You're like, really? I got to sit through this?
No. They're separated. They have little rooms. It's kind of like a bar where, the rooms are set up. They have a big opening at this place. Each person's in their own little section of it. But I've seen places like that where you're talking about. That would be a...
Ready?
Yeah.
Hey, ladies, what species of butterfly is that?
Butterfly looked like it was smashed with a ball peen hammer.
No.
Oh no. Dilapidated wings.
This is why you can't bring me anywhere. You can't bring me in the live chats, and I can't do my own. I don't behave.
I'm
Just
not even
don't.
drinking. I'm about to break out some Jägermeister next time.
We got some rated R stuff going on.
I always know when I go too hot into a topic because I watch the watching count number drop down from if it's at 50 and it drops to 25, you've gone too steep.
You started talking about that, we jumped to 12, boy. Either that or I was showing off my biceps. One of them. It was your comments on the biceps.
Right? Yeah, we're going to 4 hours.
4 hours and 15 minutes.
So here's another idea, right? It was mentioned by a few people that have been growing stuff in their food forests, not their backyards. These are food forest people for years. They prefer growing with shade, and I'm not talking like a ton of shade. I'm talking just shade here and there. They say that the plants will root harder and they'll grow bigger leaves, stretching a little bit,
Right.
for sunlight, and they'll grow bigger. And they said the most unnatural thing you could do is stick a crop out in the middle of your garden and just let the sun blaze on it from morning till nighttime, just cooking it right across. And it's like, I think I said it before that gardening is very unnatural. It's not a
Right.
How often does a plant not have a companion plant around it of other weeds and stuff growing around, shading, keeping the microclimates in the shade below all their leaves nice and cool and the moisture down there? Most plants do, except for cactus. Screw cactus. I'm not talking about you, cactus, but most plants in general in a food forest or forest situation, natural, are always companion planted with each other and always, fighting each other and growing better. So it was just an idea that, if I do get my own property and I go unrestricted, I'm not cutting down every single tree on the property. I do want to have a lot of shade areas where I'm going to grow my food. And people are like,
Right.
dude, you're growing underneath trees. You're growing behind the house. I'm like, yeah, but look at it. Look at it. It's healthy. Good.
Well,
There are certain.
that kind of goes back to your point earlier you were making about the greenhouse, about it being covered so it's not getting 100% sun. That's probably part of the reason that the plants get so big, the leaves get so big in the greenhouse and they grow, so well, is because, I ain't gonna lie. I got tomato plants with leaves that are the truss for the leaves are 18 inches. From side to side, the leaf portion of it on the widest part, some of them's 8 to 10 inches. It's just huge leaves compared to what I'm growing outside. And
So
go ahead.
my thought on that is you've got a plastic covering and you're filtering out UV, some form of UV. So the light that's coming through is good. It's not great, but it's good.
Right.
And you're feeding them enough where they have the nutrients. Great, they're going to grow, do all their things. So I think what's happened is they have a little bit of stress on them, and that's why they're push. They want to get closer to the sunlight because they feel that they don't have enough.
Well, I don't
And
feel that they're
it's a
pushing to
bad
the
thing.
sunlight because the fruit truss now, the fruit truss is starting to, as the daylights are getting longer, they're getting closer and closer. I'm having fruit truss in like 9 inches, 8 inches on the tomato plant. I have 3 sets of flowers that have popped out on the tomato plant. So I don't find that they're really stressed with the amount of it. I just think that the leaf portion of it, like you're saying, because of the shade in the forest, it could be the same thing. Why it helps push, even though it has all the nutrients it needs, the leaf structure of it might be bigger to help absorb more of the sun because it is kind of regulated down going through the plastic.
The subject on I want to thank you because I finally got through my head what determinate and indeterminate was. You explain on tomatoes. You're like, determinate tomatoes are going to grow X amount, right? They're going to produce their
Right.
fruit, and you say like when it ripens, yeah, you're going to get your fruit, and that's it. You're gonna eat then because everything ripens. And you were saying indeterminate is like it keeps popping out little shoots and fruiting,
Correct.
and then grow and more. So you're like harvest here, harvest here, harvest
Right.
here, harvest here, and it
You're
progression.
training it into your progression. That way you have basically steps of it producing.
And
You know
that's
what I'm-
indeterminate.
That's indeterminate, correct. You
Okay.
prune off the suckers to where you're only keeping one set of flowers on the plant as the plant is growing. On the main stem that you're training, you're only keeping one flower. Or if you do 2 stems, some people do 2 stems on a plant or in a bucket. So you'll have 2 stems, but you're pruning off the excess foliage that doesn't need to be there and the suckers, so you're preventing it from getting to be a big bush, and you're just growing, a stem, one long vine.
So does everybody believe in plant intelligence? That plants have some form of plant intelligence?
They got to have something. I know they have they don't want to die. Even after that Arctic front, my Purolite buckets are froze solid. My wife came home. One of the buckets had actually froze while the water was running. I had the water running 24 hours a day trying to keep it from freezing. Something happened with one of the buckets. It overflowed. She filled the tank back up with just regular water, started circulating it again, and the water immediately started coming out of almost every bucket because it was froze solid in the Purolite. It couldn't drain. And
Couldn't drain.
Yeah, the plants were dead. At the line, all the buckets were froze solid. And when I came in from work, I started pulling them, and they actually had green, new portions of the plant that was starting to grow on probably 10 out of the 50 buckets in the greenhouse.
Now you were saying the reason why I bring up plant intelligence is because you were saying you would never want in your bucket 2 tomato plants, 2 separate root systems. You prefer one plant with one root system that splits off into 2 plants. You prefer that.
Yes, you would. You'd prefer that because one plant is going to outpace the other plant, naturally. And they're never going to have 2 the exact same. So the one that initially starts to outproduce the other one, the root system, the other one's going to, the root system's still trying to catch up, but the bigger root system, the bigger it gets, the faster the roots are going to grow, the faster the plants are going to grow. So you have 2 competing root systems, but one's always going to be bigger than the other one. So it's going to reduce the amount of growth that your other one has. So if you just have one root system in there with 2 stems coming off of the same plant, you end up with a better all-around plant than trying to put 2 of them in there.
Is it warm?
No.
Go heat my food up for me, please. Put it in for a minute. She's trying to serve me cold food that I left in the microwave. I don't eat cold food.
The Swafford Homestead said that they get 14 to 15 feet over the growing season for their indeterminate tomatoes.
That's right.
That's crazy.
Who's the hype for that?
Yeah.
We had
room
one,
for that.
We had one in. If you single stem them, you actually lower them along the base of where they're growing, and as the plant grows up, you run your string across and you let it run along the buckets. We had one that was 35 feet long, We let it grow for almost 15 months, one plant, just to see what it would do. The first year we did the greenhouse, and it was only 5 feet long. You know,
And
the further,
well,
the bigger the. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
that's a tomato plant.
Yeah, tomato plant, single stem, indeterminate.
That's not a bush variety. That's a vining variety.
Yeah, indeterminate is considered a vining variety because it'll continue
the one
growing
that-
as long as your root system can support the plant to continue growing. The plant will continue growing. There's no hormones. There's nothing in there that hits off at a certain point and tells it, you know, let's push all the fruit, everything turn red, and then the plant's going to die out. So
you can continue to grow an indeterminate tomato forever, as long as the temperature. I mean, it's not that it's going to die off by itself. I mean, as long as you have the correct temperatures and you're feeding it correctly, it will continue to grow.
At some point, the root system is going to end up not being able to support the plant.
Well, yeah, but I mean that's a ways out.
Right, it is.
It's not a yearly crop per se. It's a plant you can continue on growing.
Well, it was all over Facebook for a while. They were selling these tomato seeds for these amazing tomato plants that grow up 25, 30 feet tall and put out, you know, 1,200, 1,500 pounds of tomatoes per plant. And they show a guy standing on top of a 15-foot step ladder, and he still can't reach the top. And all it was a tomato plant that the guy was growing for 2 years. You know, it was under ideal conditions in the area he was growing. And it wasn't even a special variety of tomatoes. It was some tomato seeds he had saved off of some big beef hybrids that had cross-pollinated with something else. And it was making, you know, about an 8-ounce tomato. But he was growing it for 2 years. And he was steadily, you know, because I was looking into it. That was about the time I was getting all the greenhouse and everything ready.
Yeah.
And, you know, when you read it, that's what it is. You have to keep it alive for 2 years.
Yeah, Red Silo said it's the same concept with carrots, just like the tomatoes or any plants that you would thin. You thin them so that they don't compete with each other.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay, so carrot growing, right? You have to thin them out. If you've got the room, like a backyard garden that has plenty of space, let's say a 3-foot wide bed that's 20 foot long, you can carefully seed carrots far enough apart where they don't compete with each other. True?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And that's less waste on your seed.
Most of the time, carrots are put in more dense because you don't know if they're going to come up. The seed, especially outside when you're trying to seed them, you know, they're hard to start to get a really good, you know, if you put them on 4-inch squares throughout your whole raised bed, you might only get 50% germination outside. You know, there's a real trick. People that can get better than 50% germination of their carrots have a really good green thumb. You know,
I gotta go check my carrot bed. We had a frost. I don't think that's going to affect the seeds.
It should.
Frost?
No.
The carrots, they're a root vegetable, so whatever. Might slow them down a little bit, but not gonna do anything. But yeah, we got to go check the carrot beds. We planted it a couple weeks ago. There's nothing. There's no tops or anything coming up. And I thought carrot seeds come up within 14 days or something. Am I wrong?
Depends on the weather.
Dark. Yeah, depending on the weather, how they come up. A lot of people will cover them, put newspapers on top and wet that, or put like a board or something on top. It'll hold the moisture and keep the light off of them.
Dude, I was gonna say, you can. I think strawberries, and the strawberries are one of the seeds that actually can germinate with a little bit of light hitting them. If I'm not mistaken, and what I mean by that is obviously you don't, maybe not direct sun, but you can, like what I've done with carrots in the past. I literally have sprinkled it on the top of the soil, gotten it like moist, and covered it up, like, and darkened the area a little bit, not even like a whole, like completely darkened, just like roughly darken the area. And I got the taproot to initiate off the root and off the seed or whatever. Like you can see the little white dot. And then from that point, I'll just sprinkle a little bit of whatever medium I'm putting the carrot in. Mm-hmm. And then, dude, it makes the germination go through the roof. But if you plant them directly in the dirt, like you're saying, dude, yeah, 50% you're a legend at that point.
Yeah, that's everybody's take on it right now. I mean, Red Silo and Swafford Homestead are saying basically you can germinate them in a baggie and only plant the ones that germinate. Well, because normally you just throw more out there and then thin them so you know you got enough.
I actually started some in a 600 cell tray one time. I mean, it's less than a thimble full of soil, and they did well with it on pot, on coming up. But you talk about a mess trying to transplant them.
Oh, what's up, Urban
Yeah.
Girl Kiki Soto? How you doing tonight?
Yeah, hi Urban Girl, how are you? Thanks for coming by.
She said, "What's going on in here? We just chatting it up. We just chatting
Right.
it up."
Not very much, actually.
Yeah,
So
I got my camera hidden for a second, but I'm here.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah, that's
I'm
fine.
going to jump off. My phone battery's at 5%, but I'm on the computer, so I'm not going anywhere. It's just I'm going to charge my phone up. I got a videotape tomorrow. It's the only
Right.
device I got to keep the Wickershire project going.
Right.
Have a good
All
evening,
right, so
man.
I'm in chat.
We'll
I'm in
Okay.
chat.
with you.
Cool. Thanks for coming up.
Yep, thank you.
The best carrots. Let's see, it done moved again. The best carrots I've ever done. No, the camera didn't move. Actually, when we get off the screen, it moves where it's picking up because I'm so far away from the camera. The best thing I've ever done with carrots was we were out in the pasture, and my third daughter we had bought some carrot seeds, and it was about to rain. It was actually starting to drizzle. I mean, we had a big old bag of carrot seeds, and she's like, "We need to plant the carrots." I'm like, "Oh man!" I said, we need to plant them. So we had a big pile of rice chaff that was sitting off in the corner. I said, "Look, we're gonna sprinkle them on top of here." That's not gonna work. I'm like, "Oh yeah, baby, it's gonna work." Like, knowing it's not gonna work, dude. We picked some of the nicest carrots. About 7 to 8, 10-inch carrots. They grew. They were beautiful.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we probably put out 10,000 seeds, and we picked about 150. But the ones that fertilized was amazing.
Nice.
It did really well. And then we tried it again the next year, and it didn't work.
Yeah, I'm growing a different kind of carrot this year, and I can't remember what the variety is. It's like maybe like a candlestick carrot or something like that. They're a little bit shorter and a
Yeah.
little bit fatter round. Well, I will be growing them if I can get my radishes to finish, so I can get to the bed.
So we started some. It's all pelleted seeds, the ones we did this year, and we still way less. We probably had about 5-10% germination. Part of it was
Yeah.
it wasn't watered enough at the beginning. Some of them actually died.
Yeah.
So, but besides that, we're gonna try it next year. Hopefully we have a bigger bed dedicated just to carrots for this time of the year to be able to grow them in.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm hoping we get a place with more land because there are so many more things I want to be growing that I just don't have room.
Well, I'm looking to put carrots between the rows. I got the cucumbers on one side and the tomatoes on the other side, and there's about 12 to 15 inches in between. So I'm thinking about putting beets and carrots and small things, root vegetables that'll grow down, and it won't be in the way, but the stuff that hopefully doesn't need a whole bunch of light after they're established.
Right. Right.
I got you.
Because if the cucumbers and everything take off like they should, there's going to be shade in some portions of it because it's just going to be crazy. It's grown about halfway what I want right now in the raised beds, and it's starting to get ridiculous with the amount of flowers and the amount of tomatoes it's putting on.
Yeah. And my zucchini take up so much space, I don't really have room. I put cucumbers in the back of that bed, and then I
Right.
put the zucchini in the front because they grow pretty big. So I
Yeah.
really don't have any room to go in the middle. So that's an issue with that. And then the beans I planted last year didn't really do anything. I mean, the plants got maybe 1.5 feet tall, and that was about it.
It was
And they were
bush
like,
beans.
what's that?
Some bush beans.
They were supposed to be pole beans.
Oh, okay, yeah. If there were pole beans, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I got like 4 beans off the thing, and that was all they did. They never grew up. Never did nothing. Swafford made a bed just for carrots.
bigger.
Yep.
A little bit. At some point, I'm hoping I'm cutting my whole yard with a push lawnmower. We want to keep a spot where we have our little fire pit and everything for the by the bayou to be able to do that and everything else. The issue with that is everything in the backyard. When we get a hurricane passes, right, we end up with 15 to 20 inches of water over everything.
Right.
Yeah, that has to be tough to deal with right there.
Oh yeah.
But we've been here for 10 years. I've had the house for 10 years, and we've had 4 floods, that affected it. 3 of them were last year. So I'm hoping that it's another 10 years before we get another one, or at least 5 years.
Right. Yeah, I just need more garden beds, and I just don't have the room. I'm doing more, like I said, I'm doing more pots now. Like all those potatoes I put in, I did the 2 big pots, and then I grabbed 4 little pots, and I'm just kind of placing them around the yard. And I still have probably 7 or 8 wicking buckets that I grow in too, because I just don't have enough room in the beds to put everything.
Q, what's that stuff you were talking about last night? Surfactant?
It's Jadam.
Oh, I got some right here. I didn't put it up, so.
Jadam.
Yeah, it's like the Jadam wetting agent.
Jadam.
They sell it on like a few websites, but they don't sell it on Amazon. I got mine off Build-A-Soil originally, so I didn't even get mine off Amazon originally, but some good stuff is lasting me for some year plus, and I still got more than 3/4 of the bottle. So
Well, that's no good. 50-mile-an-hour winds took out the beans.
that stinks, Urban Girl.
Yeah. I don't know if I don't grow spinach and lettuce outdoors just because I don't have the room for it.
Yeah.
I grew spinach this past year, and if I would have let the plant stick around out there, they would have gotten real big because my spinach is some cold weather warrior stuff. Because let me tell you, like that frost we had over here in Louisiana, Texas, Cajun got some of it, but Texas got a lot of it too. But out here, like it killed all the broccoli, it killed but all that stuff was flowering and mature anyway. But the spinach that was like little babies. And I bet it had a lot to do with the snow that stayed on the ground the whole time. But they all lived. Every single spinach plant that was out there lived. The purple kale, I cut it back to the root, like before the frost, like all the way down to the root. Took out a part of the root on most of purple kale, and that stuff is back. And it's back with a vengeance.
That in your video. That's amazing. But the lettuce, when the lettuce gets hot, when your temperature gets up there. And the different varieties of lettuce will go at different temperatures. There's some of them that do better at warmer temperatures.
Yeah. I think the kale actually is one of them that you can actually grow in the heat, and actually some of it anyway. Like you can actually, because I see people make those kale trees. Like they'll because they're strong enough to survive the cold, but then they'll like push through the heat sometimes. So then you could just keep clipping the leaves off, and then you end up with this walking stick kale tree basically.
There's a type of kale called an elephant kale or something like that, and it just grows huge. It doesn't like cold. It doesn't like freezing temperatures. It can deal with cold, but it will make it through the heat.
Oh, okay. So that's the exception. Like it won't bolt and it won't mess up through the summer, but it can't take the extreme cold like the regular kale.
Correct.
Okay, that's interesting. Plant breeding. Plant breeding is really interesting.
And I seen pictures in Florida. Some of them, the base of them was like 10 inches around on the kale. It had been growing for like 2 years because it never got cold enough for it to die.
Just make some furniture out of kale stalks.
Right. Yeah, Dan Permaculture grows some spinach down there in Florida that does really good in the heat.
There's a type of lettuce, manure lettuce, that they grow in the greenhouses year round in Kentucky. I think that's where Finster Farms is at, around Kentucky or something. And I think he has a water wall and stuff. He stays around 80 to 85 degrees, and he doesn't have issues with it. I don't think you'd want to go any higher than 85, though. Puts a shade cloth to help minimize it so he's not getting as much sun on it. That's it. It might be dinosaur kale.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think yeah.
Yep. I've heard of that.
I'm gonna look this up because I think that there's like a walking stick kale, legit. Like I think there's a kale called a walking stick kale.
Is there? Yeah, I don't grow a lot of greens outside. Like
Bro,
I said,
I
'cause
just
it's
found it. I just found it. I'm
Looking it up.
gonna drop this link, not in the chat, but I'll drop it in the private chat because I'm in the stream. I mean, I can. Yeah, here you go.
I was gonna say you could drop it in the chat if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure it's cool first,
Oh
We're
yeah.
hanging out in your chat, so we got to be cool. So
Yeah,
here we
you're
go. You see that? You see that? I just pulled up the picture. Like I didn't even look at the link until I sent it to you. They're on like these ladders, just ridiculous
Oh
looking.
my gosh. Cool.
Oh yeah, it's that. Oh my God, they're on that huge ladder.
That is really cool.
A broken
You can
ladder.
definitely dry that out and make a walking stick. Make a heck of a walking stick with that.
Yeah.
You're on a broken ladder. They got a 2x4 put in one of the legs of the ladder. It must be broke. But the stick is on the bottom. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, I knew I remembered it. I was like, I know this isn't just some image in my head. It's like, I look this up.
Yeah, it does look like a tree. They gotta be 15 feet tall. That's crazy.
I mean, it is an expensive seed. It has good reviews and stuff. It's an expensive seed comparative to most seeds. $5 for a pack of them. Usually they're like $2.50 to $4. It's $5.
Yeah, but you get one to go to seed, and you probably donate to about 100 people with it.
Right.
I don't know. It might be kind of hard to get something like that beast to go to seed if it's getting that big, man.
Right.
It might go to seed, but keep producing also.
Oh yeah. I was like, I wonder how that works because I bet some of this. I mean, it has to produce seeds, and it can't just survive all conditions and just keep growing green growth forever. It has to flower and then be able to keep being able to make the stalk continue on.
Right. The cycle of life has to continue. That's what they grow for.
Yeah, and I'll say this too. Like I have broccoli I have a broccoli plant that I just let sit out there and go to seed. And the funny part about it is it has like the bottom part of it is growing back vegetatively, whereas to the top part of it has gone completely to seed. The bottom part of it is starting to grow the broad leaves and try to grow broccoli again, but it can't grow broccoli, so it's just growing leaves like a little broccoli bush. It's weird. Plants are really strong. They just push through a lot of stuff, and they'll push through more than what people will think because usually people will cut them down between the seasons. I just kind of let them grow and see what happens sometimes, and that's exactly what's going on right now. Like I got
the leaves, right?
Well, yeah, I can definitely eat the leaves, but I got more stuff that I'm planting. But as that stuff comes through, I'm gonna kind of just harvest the plant whole and harvest the seeds because I didn't know. I just learned this, and I guess I could have done more research on it, but I just learned it. But when the broccoli goes to seed, it makes these little string bean looking pods. Yeah, like have you ever seen them go to seed or make seeds before? Like I'm noticing that so they'll have their they'll have their little heads or whatever, like little pods. And in my mind I was like, oh, those little pods will they'll flower and then for something they'll turn back to seeds per pod or something. Now what happens is they have these little yellow flowers on them. Obviously you see yellow flowers. And then what happens is once those pollinate, you end up seeing these they look like little spikes. They look like little string bean spikes, but like very, very skinny. And like as the plant has pollinated, those little spikes grow out, and those spikes hold the seed pods.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's neat.
They said you get 40 seeds. There's always an extra in the pack.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's a lot of seeds.
So yeah, we're looking to sell our house and buy our house. We're not leaving the state. We're just hoping to possibly get a house with a little bit of land to be able to grow on. Got to
So
stay
you're
in the
gonna
state.
want to get more space.
Jeff, I'm gonna head off here, man. Thank y'all.
Hey,
All
you have a
right.
good night. You have a good night,
Have a
bro.
good one.
Thanks, Q. Y'all have a good one also, man. See y'all
All
next
right.
time.
All right, take it easy.
You too.
Yeah, there you go. Absolutely. It would be great if we had more. Like nobody in my neighborhood here that I know of that grows anything. So it'd be neat to be able to have a couple different people and say, okay, why don't you grow all this and you grow all this, and then we just split it all up.
Well, it's actually funny you say that because I was one of my buddies that I know of actually, he actually like he lives with one other family, and they want to live with other families and stuff. But you know that kind of process is it's dicey because people are weird. Let's just be real about it.
Yeah.
So that being said, the way that they do it, they grow whatever they want, but then they have like certain things that each family is responsible for. So like both families might grow potatoes, but like the Thompson family might be responsible for growing the abundance of potatoes, like growing literally half their growing space of potatoes, whereas this other person might do half their growing space of corn, whereas the other half of the space that they have might be a quarter for cattle, or not cattle, but just like goats, chickens, whatever the volume of the land might be, and then the other quarter might be for the private growing of their liking. You know what I mean? I think stuff like that would be really cool, because if you got, say, 4 families on 50 acres, right?
Yeah.
Split it up pretty big, busted up something big like that, and then you have half the acres of every family growing like potatoes, corn, tomatoes, and like some other crop, like, and y'all are all splitting the profits 4 ways. Like that'd be some crazy stuff right there, dude.
Yeah, it would.
Like, and I mean, it could not be so complicated as well, because once you get to 50 and then you get to the quarter acre of cattle. So when say half the land is and I'm just shooting this shit right now, but half the land is for the growing of the main crop, and then the other half is quartered out between the like animals and the private growing. So that quarter of the crop for the quarter of the land for the animals is going to consist of, so you have 12.5 acres per family at that point. So then you split it up directly, then that's going to be 3 acres for animals at that point. So at that point, you can have plenty of animal space. Every family has 3 acres of animal space. I mean, you can split it up how you want to. I'm just like theory craft. I love to do this. I love to just talk theory crafting. It's fun, right? I mean, it's the meat of conversation.
Yes. Everybody can have their own different stuff too. One does cows, one does pigs, one does goats.
Oh yeah. And like that'd be really cool actually, because then at that point, I mean, on the like, oh man, you could build it how you want, but it'd take a hell of a lot of work.
Right. Well, everything worth having takes some work.
Well, you know, I'm gonna tell you what the bulk of the work is, right? The bulk of the work is leveling the plots that you want to grow on, making it nice and semi-level with dirt work, and then fencing everything in. If you could put every fence if you could plan it perfectly from the start, and you could have your fencing plan stitched tight, and then you could have, and then whoever you didn't have to pay for a company to do this, but you could have whoever is out there to like put, like, you know, like between you and, because it's not hard to put up fencing, but you got to have the right tools, and you got to have the right people who are going to help you do it. So you put up the fencing, and it's not going to cost you nearly as much for materials. You fence off everything, and then obviously you want to build some mobile coops or whatever so you can move the chickens around. But I think goats are the go-to, bro. Goats and sheep. I think that's the move. Goats, sheep, and pigs.
Yeah.
Because when you start talking about cows, man, like, them things eat too much, man. They'll eat you out of a land and home. You know how they say a kid will eat you out of house and home? A cow will eat you out of a land and home. Like,
right? Yeah. You got to move them around too.
Oh yeah.
If you want them to graze, you got to keep moving them.
Oh yeah. And like the thing about it is that's what I'm saying. Like for them to naturally graze on the grass that's there. Obviously, if you can get, here's the thing about it too. You know those cover crop videos that I'm releasing and stuff like that. If you could really have a good thick succession of cover crops going down, and you can really have like your rotational graze game down on point to the point where you essentially can have flowering within every plot of your grazing land.
Right.
You could essentially have a plot that's continually producing from that graze. You have the manure from the animals that are coming through and eating. You have you would definitely want to have like you have to restore the land on a deeper level too, because I feel like that cover crop would just eat. It would be just like your land would literally start to sink, because what would happen is, I mean, like maybe not, I don't know. Like, I mean, obviously there's there's systems that are already in place that people do and everything, and it's successful for those people. But I'm just like theory crafting based off what I know. I'm not talking off some stuff I don't know right now.
Right. Good night, Swafford. Thanks for stopping
Good
by.
night. But yeah, as far as the small animals go, you can make that dream work easily with goats and chickens. Goats, chickens, and pigs. I'm talking about with a cow with the rotational grazing. Like if you wanted to make that cover crop where you just have to have a really good soil base, and you have to add to that soil base. You'd have to really add to your bank account in that regard, because cows they're gonna eat a lot, but they're gonna add a lot back with the manure. But obviously your nitrogen is gonna dissipate to the atmosphere to some degree. But it's gonna also, if you composted it just perfectly, it would literally ideally go back into the soil completely. But that's in a perfect world. Cow manure has like a high level of like nitrate that leaks off into the air. So if you could do like a goat, that's why I think goat and sheep, goat, sheep, and pigs even are just really good, because their manure is a lot more balanced.
Yeah. The main dairy in England. Sheep. Yeah. Get the milk. You always get the food.
Infrastructure. Well, Red Style Homestead said infrastructure, main bulk of the work. Once it's in and how you want it, the rest is just maintaining.
Yep.
I feel that, and I say I can't wait, but I can't. As I get older, and I'm not very old, but it's funny I say that, and I don't mean to like disrespect nobody who's lived that life. You know what I'm saying? But as I get older, I'm starting to realize that you say I can't wait, but I can wait, because I want to have a strategy for whatever I approach with nowadays, and it feels better like that. You don't. Having those emotions bubble up and having those butterflies about the decisions you make, that feels good, and that feels romantic and sweet and nice and all those good fun things. But realistically, when you can feel calm about your decisions, it just feels way better in your spirit. Like down in your spirit, it just feels better, because you know that you're building a foundation for yourself on a deeper level when you really think about something. You're actually tactically approaching that situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and there's a higher chance of success.
Oh, for sure. Like, I mean,
Absolutely.
I mean, I'd like to be up in that 75 to 85% range.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, I just right now I'm just looking. We actually found a place that had like 40 acres that we would have looked into, but it didn't stay on the market very long, and we weren't ready to sell our place yet. So, but that would have been nice. That would have been real nice.
So are y'all looking for like minimum like 7 to 10 acres or something like that?
No, the house is the main priority. My wife wants a house that she wants. So whether it comes with land or not is a bonus.
That's pretty much where I'm at. But at the same time, it's like no questions asked, as long as it has to be at least an acre. That's where we're at with it. I mean, ideally, I would have freaking 20 acres if I could have it, but we'll get there. But I think it'd be really nice to have a nice house on an acre. That'd be freaking sick.
Oh, it would. Absolutely would.
But
yeah, minimum of an acre.
Oh yeah, but yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and hop off here, because I'm about to hang out with the wife for a bit before we call it a night, and I might actually get some Whataburger, man. Pig out a little bit tonight.
Whataburger. You see that red Whataburger. They said they're
Okay. Let me see what they got to say. Let me see. Get this. We're going to rationally graze geese this year. Don't wait too long, Q. I'm 51 and physically it's hard to get it all done. Okay, Red Silo. I hear that. I'm gonna keep that in mind because I think that's very solid advice. Because gotta make the most of my youth while I can. And I'm gonna use this irrigation to sequester a little bit of money over the next three years or so, and I think I'll really be able to build a nice foundation off that. And I'll still be so I'm 28 right now. For all y'all don't know, I'm 28 years old, and I think in 3 years, I think I'll still be in a really good spot to really execute on a really good move and be able to maintain it for a while. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
So
yeah.
and that's
Definitely,
what I
everything
mean.
gets harder. Everything gets
That's
harder when you get older.
yeah. So I'm trying to and that's the thing too. I want to be able to get to a position where I can like go and consult for people too. So I want to actually get out there, walk that walk, experience it, because I can know all I know, but if I don't experience it on a certain scale, I can only teach so much and feel appropriate as a teacher. Because I try to stay integrity is my number one thing, brother. Like I don't like if I get on here and tell somebody something, I like to have lived it. You know what I mean?
Yep. That's exactly. I mean, just like my YouTube channel. I mean, I never claim to know what I'm doing. I never claim to. I've never read books. I've never read any of that stuff. A lot of the things I do are experimental, and it may work, it may not. The idea is I'm going to show you all the different ways that I've read or seen that people can do it, and it might work, it might not. But this is how I did it. This one didn't work, so you can try it if you want, or don't bother trying it because I just showed you that I couldn't get it to work. Not that somebody else couldn't, but I couldn't. This is kind of more experiments and seeing what you can and can't get away with
Oh, for sure.
when you're trying this stuff. You know, it's great to go and talk to somebody who knows how to do it. Right? I've been doing it for 900 years. You do this, it's perfect, but maybe not everybody can do that.
Oh
So
yeah.
if there's shortcuts, things like that you can take to make it work, why not try them and see if they'll work? I'm trying right now. Me and Danny were talking about something, so I'm trying right now. The master blend is 3 parts. So there's the master blend, calcium nitrate, and Epsom salt.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do your leafy greens need to grow?
Nitrogen.
Nitrogen. So I'm trying to grow it in straight calcium nitrate.
I mean, you
Why
pull
not?
tissue samples, and yeah. So that'd be interesting. Be fun to see how
Yeah.
that works out. But I'll
Yeah.
see you later, bro. Like, I'll see you on the next live, and I'll see you on the other videos and stuff. But what's up, Gulf Coast Granny? It's like a high moment, but I'm about to get on off here. It's been nice hanging out, brother.
Yeah, it has. Have a good night. I'm probably going to get off here too. It's been almost 5 hours, so it's been another long one.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, good night, bro.
All right, good night. Take it easy. Yeah, everybody, I'm about to head out. Thank you all for coming in, stopping by. Gulf Coast Granny, hi. I will see you later. We've been on for about 5 hours, 4 hours and 15 minutes, so getting a little tired. So I hope everybody has a good night. Thanks for stopping by, and we'll see you on the next one. Till then, grow something. See ya.